Ooh, look at you all yelling. This is disruptory. Yo! Howdy! Oh, I don't have a chat on screen, which is okay. I tried to get it working yesterday, but it just doesn't. I gotta get like a plugin for that or something. Either way, it's fine. Howdy. How you feeling? Dude, I just before I started, like the past hour, I was thinking of all the things I was gonna say. I swam, Rousey, the Rousey push, sitting strong right here. What else happened? The blinds are closed. I just ate. I mean, nothing is in my way. I can't see the screen. You're not supposed to be able to see the screen. Yes! Full belly is true. Completed swam bar. I done did that. Oh, my cat's at the door. He wants out. Wait. Paddy bar completed. Wasn't here today because there was a birthday here. That's why everyone was swimming. My little cousins. Whoops. No daily Heidi. It is always a shocking change. Because it is practically daily, with few exceptions. There was a birthday here too today? Mama. As in your mom or your mama? Oh, mama, like mama. Happy birthday. Mama. Happy birthday. This gets W claps. Well, I guess I can't judge then. W. Yeah. Slow the roll. Not faps. Let's just keep it at claps. You're up here, you need to come down here. Oh wait, did I put this on the... Yeah. I put this at like 14, then I can turn the music up a little bit. It's always kind of weird setting up the streams now. Doing it more often. I need to download them before they leave because I want to upload them. I have the Half-Life one still saved too. I need to get anything else ready. I think I'm good. Get this open. Okay. Slow the roll there. Oh yeah, that's right. We got sliders. How official. And wait. Oh. Oh shoot, how clean. No. This is my screen now. What do I need to do? Okay, yeah. Wait. I could ask you to test, but I'm gonna do it immediately. Test. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, my phone. Pull up the stream real quick. Just to make sure. Gotta keep watch. Yep. I kinda gotta remember where I have been too. What my goals are. Cause I haven't been sure yet if I want to make it a goal of mine to set this up. Come on. Bow, bow, boom, bow. There we go. Ah! My phone fell. Is it charged nice? Yeah, it'll do. Love this music. Yep, did all of these. Oh, yes. Something I wanted to do immediately, and I was hoping I wouldn't forget. I was going to write something down for myself, but I just didn't. Wait! I got to test audio. This is me testing what I would sound like if I were talking about the foxes. And then next room, 1 second. It'll do. I could turn the audio down just a little bit. Yeah, let's turn it down like good. I'm glitching. I'm sorry about this. Give me 10. I'm trying to watch, but I'm in car. Dollars? Oh, heck no. Sorry, bro. 10 flowery dollars. About it. No, 15 flowery dollars to make up. Okay, what I wanted to do to test this is one of the foxes, because I only have 4 out of 5, probably one of these. Oh wait, maybe I can just pick it up. Because I was going to try just getting hit by all of them. But I feel like that's not a good idea. But maybe it is, because I can't pick up any of these, so... Okay, hit by that one. Oh, I see it! Are you kidding me? That was easy. Oh, shit. I'm not paying attention. Not locked. There we go. It's not so hard. Yes! Pink one. Oh yeah, the egg room. Maybe I should wait for that. For whenever Sierra's here. Let me re-explore real quick, because I know to progress we're gonna have to start going story-wise. We can go forward a bit. I can't remember where we stopped exactly. We stopped at the pink door, but I don't know where that was. Find all the foxes. Done, did it. Just now, actually, I found the 5th one. Couldn't do it last night. Or didn't give myself the time. Hey, you haven't been here.
Seth wondered if there were ninjas sneaking around stealthily, but Seth also told us to yell every time we show up.
That was my mimication of it. I gotta remember my voices for everyone. I forgot. 7 voices. Sorry, I'm lagging. Oh, okay. That's fine. Turn off low latency mode. Or unless you can't because the lag is too powerful. I understand. Sometimes it'd be like that. And it's one of the hardships of Twitch and live streaming and the internet. Ooh, yes, let's make this wide scale. What did I need to do? The garden, no, cliffs. I don't know where it is, I'm not gonna lie. Because we gotta get to the field of hay. Don't remember where that is. Ooh, wasn't paying attention. Okay, so yeah, we can go here now and did all this. Was it here? I feel like we're actually close, are we not? No. Oh, damn it. Wait, no, I think I'm actually too far. I think it was near the beginning of this. Sends me back here for some odd, strange reason. Get some flowery dollars while we're at it. Dang it. Not good. And we're dead. One more. Well, at least assuming you'll be here, Sierra, I'm not gonna miss the egg. I don't think you'll let me miss the egg, but I don't think I will either. I think I know where it is. I really do. I have an idea. I can't abandon it. And then this just sends you to the place where you need to go. Terribly annoying. Oh. Doesn't there gotta be a pink coin here? I feel like this was one of the places that I didn't look just because this area is pretty annoying. So you're telling me Twitch is letting me watch Drewski vlogs but not an effing PT screen. Racism? Mm-hmm. AI viewers streamboo.com. Oh, I shouldn't say that out loud. You should just get banned. I. I'm sorry. You said the wrong thing. You said the one wrong thing that you can't say in here. What? Oh, because I went too far without him. I don't even need Ross say. Why am I able to do that? Pink coin, eh? Secrets, eh? Can't even do it here. I did not do this last time. This has to be a pink coin. Come on. What? There's nothing here. I did do this last time. I remember it. There's no point. All hope is lost. Come on. Whatever. Please let me out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. Is this where I came from? Yeah. What if I did go this way? What would be waiting for me? Oh. Isn't this the right path? I don't want to go the right path. Oh no, it's here. Okay. I don't want to be here. I want to go to the garden. Where's the door? I need a magic door. Isn't it back over here if I look hard enough? Yeah. I'm quite lost. Good sirs. Good sir. Sir. Okay. Might be garden. Near shrine? Maybe. No. Maybe? Where am I? Oh, yeah, no. Cliffs. First climb, I guess. Do I have tea left? Can I take more sips? As in, it's yummy. Thought I had him. To be fully honest, I don't think it's this way. Okay, I climbed this for no good reason. But it's good to be spectacle. Okay, this seems familiar, right? Wait! No, I can't think. I don't know. I have no idea. No, it's definitely this way. This has to be it. Susie, get it. Oh, that was easy. That was easy. Should be nothing to the right. Oh my god. I did that last time too. Oh. And I did that like 3 times. Things have changed. I've gotten better, you see. I don't even remember. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's not even good. Now I have to do some BS all over again. Deltarune is the hardest game I've ever played. Where does this leave me? Am I close? Even a little? Wait. Think about it. Think about it. Wait, maybe don't run. Just gotta keep doing it, right? Trust me, I got it. This is it. Oh. This is not it, is it? Going up? No. Can't beat him, join him. Okay, maybe I am going up. Just kidding. It's here, right? The hay. Tell me it's so. Say it is so. No, these are where the flowers are. Oh my god, this is where this area is. That was like... Oh, no. This is the worst thing that could have happened. I'm having a sip of tea. That's right, new bottle. Tastes amazing. Oh. Made me sleepy. Actually, like, started to go away there. Oh! Highway 70. Oh, I could have gotten you. At least down to, whatever it's called. This is a 2er attack. What is a 1er attack? So let's blow you away and then get you. And I can spare you both. Yes! Breeze take you, the world revolves with freedom or something. I think that's what you said. But I can't even take a peek. Bing, bizzing up. Come on. Hey? No! Not yet. Nice. Nice! Okay, then we go here. And now... we are at the shop, which is... far? Are we getting too far? Oh my god, we are. I think I went too good. I think I did it too much. No, I did it. This is the place. Oh my god. I love you. Just get you, I guess. How did you shoot them? I didn't see it do much for me, but maybe it did and I just didn't realize it. I like the little liquid physic that's on me. Oh, the more I get hit, the more that comes off of me, I think. Might just be wrong. Loud and wrong. Okay. I'm exploring. I'm checking out the place. Come on. Maybe it's here. In between. Sorry, my tea is like on my desk. This is a new song. This is a remix by me. I don't think this is working. Do-do-do-pa. Do-do-do-pa. Okay. See, I'm harvesting the wheat. Get it? Because it told me to do that. No! Got it all. Now what? I actually don't understand. Oh my god, I missed it. Okay, so now I do it again this way. And now there must be something new here, right? This is where the... that's where the enemy is. nothing. I don't even know what this spot is. I think there was something here whenever I first got here, but I don't remember. Okay, so it's right next to the shop. At least I can remember that before I leave. But nothing's changing. Is it down? I don't even know. Let me get out of here. I don't want to be here. Tea's so good. I really hope it's good for me. Noing. It's great. Okay. Sorry, I had to read the chat again. Cliffs. Stay here. Top of castle. No game. I don't know. Seer ought to help me whenever he gets back. Okay, so let's do this. Are they still gonna be doing their things if I get back to them? Oh, yeah. This. Okay, I can do this again. This one was fun. Forgot about this song. Oh yeah. Faster this time. How? That was different. I think it's because this is the second time we've done it. I don't even know. Yes! Friendship is beautiful. So this one was optional because I got a pink coin out of it, right? Is that so? Let's make sure just in case. Whoops. Probably. Yeah. Wait, it's not even done. What am I saying yeah for? Please! Oh my god. Oh my god. It's okay. What? Oh. I need to especially wait. Not quite. 10 minutes. No, man. I'm gonna die. We're gonna die on this. If this keeps up. That's okay. Stay on top. Did I even do this last time? I don't remember. I don't remember doing it, I mean. I have 1 HP, I'm gonna die. I think my team's gonna lose health before I die, though. We'll see. We have to see. But I think it'll be okay. Nope, nope, nope. No, man. Are we losing 1 health at a time? Is that what's happening? I didn't. I just see the number 1. Oh! I feel like I did this. Like I can't see myself stopping this last time. And I feel like I went this way. But I guess we'll see. I just don't remember it. No, man. Okay, now Susie's gonna lose health. That's okay. What? What? Flung me too far. It's alright. This is good practice. Yo, it's out of sync. Tell you what. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's out of sync. Good track. Oh my god. We're dead. Disgusting. Died outside of battle. Asgore would not be proud. God, we're back here. No. Here. Top of castle, green shop? Oh my god. No, no, get me out of here. I'm not doing it again. Okay. You're gonna need my tactics. Seth specs. Armor being vulnerable longer after taking damage. I like that. We can get this. Not going to though. We'll hold it. Green apron armor, slightly recover HP when defending is actually pretty cool. Only one person can have it though. I didn't think about it till now. Do not buy. Or is this a weapon? Wait. Obviously mine's the best.
Obviously, mine's the best.
Armor, Susie's no. Don't want that at all. Not a minute. It helps you do your justice. Whoa. What does it do? What does it do? Spells are 20% stronger is pretty cool. I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'll do that one. But not right now. This is knife for Chris. Blue shoes. Weapon for Rouse. No. So I think we could use this immediately. Bye. Wait, what is the ability again? Easier than stealing Rouses. Become invulnerable longer after being damaged. Okay, so anyone can have it. It also will updo my magic. I think Ralzo is gonna get it. No, he can't have it. I'm ready to do your homework. Okay, Ralzo can have it for now. I think Chris can have Chival's Tail? Nah. No. He needs to have the best defense they can have. Oh, then might as well just have a Netski hat. Come on. It's better than this one anyway. Okay, yeah. Have that. Elegance probably doesn't do anything, but we're gonna keep it. Ooh, that's really bad for your magic. Not happening. I'm sorry, buddy. You already have an Netsuki out. So that's all you're gonna get. Once my 3 are chosen, does something happen? Like if I got all the pink coins and chose my 3. Wait, what happens if I try and buy without the proper funds? You don't have enough. You got it, boss. I'm out of here. Oh, this is not a path. Excuse me, sorry. Where's the point of this? Guess who's back? I'm back again. It is you. Welcome. Hey, I'm gonna go to a place and you need to tell me if it's the place where I get the egg. Just kidding. If it's not the place, you have to be like, this is not the place. If it is the place, be like, just be you. Okay, so I was scoping this place out. There's one other place that I know with wheat. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna harvest the wheat, right? I'm gonna get all the top ones, come back for the bottom ones, and I'm harvesting the wheat. Harvest the wheat, eh? And then every single time you come back, there's always one more speck left. But like, I tried doing the wall thing. I can't attack here, can I? No. Not like this anyway. Harvest the wheat. Okay. Well, let me think about this. Harvest the wheat. I can't attack like this. I can't even jump. Can I? Can't even jump. That one little piece of wheat. Harvest the wheat. Harvest. Harvest! I get it now. Oh! Harvest it. What? What is that? What? You harvested the wheat. What? I pressed C on it. Now retrieve it. Oh, it's blowing my balloon away. Whoa. Oh yeah. Oh. Wait, he went to this one. Is he giving me a pattern? Wait. Got it. Doink. Doink. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You got it, boss. You got it, boss. Oh. Got it, boss. What's that, boss? You got it, boss. Yes! There's something over... Oh, okay. Well... What? Secret. Secret, 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 secret! I don't want to go the way that I need to go. It's gonna be the wrong way. Yo, I'm a master. Secret, the secret. Yes! The secret. The secret is here. No, I didn't turn right. Left, I mean. I to the left. I know it's to the left, but like, what if there's something else, you know? Don't be so sure. Oh, okay, so you're gonna keep stopping me. That's the gimmick, is it? Okay, well, I want to get the whole path, so... I should have waited, I should have waited. So I'm gonna do this bottom side now. Come find me. You got it, boss. You need to get away from there. Oh, you're not gonna get away from there. That's okay. Why did the chat come late on here? Siri Udex. I know, this is you. Oh. Like Kira does. Okay, boss. You got it. I'm listening. Wow, it's not? That's messed up. Sounded like the descending part in that one Charlie Brown track. At the beginning, I mean. He's not gonna want to talk to me because I don't have the eggs. Oh. Well, there is a man here. He offers you something. You received the egg. More, please. The man nodded vigorously. He pointed into the distance. Over there was another tree. In fact, it seemed very much like this tree. Craning your head, you noticed that there was another tree after that. Felt a little bit like looking into a series of mirrors. Your head began to spin. The man saw this and looked concerned. He seemed like he wanted to speak, but... well, the man smiled. And he waved goodbye. Now, there was not a man here. But on Krish's shoulder, a weight remained. A weight that carried far, far into the distance. You have a great reading voice? Thank you, I should do more creepypasta readings, eh? I don't think you were there for that. I don't think anyone was there for that. I think Bush was there for that. That was like before I met y'all. That was really far back. Interact button. Interact more. Oh, should I be interacting with like different parts? Oh, like interact. I actually didn't know you could walk off the black. Yeah, it's just like Gasta, bro. Ooh, get it? It actually is. I don't remember if you could do this before. I don't remember being able to do it either. This tea tastes amazing. What a ghastly presence. I'm gonna look something up. If it's spoilers, something terrible is going to happen. Hold it! It's too late. Is this what it's called in the festival? Or in the files? I wanted to see what it was called in the files. Also, I just wanted to see where it was. Egg room song. No! I shouldn't look this up. Should I leave? Or are you delayed? No, I don't think you are. I quite liked it, so I was wondering if it was online yet. Never mind, found it. I just want to watch you play. Okay. You got it. I'm not sure, because the last things I need to do... Let's go back to... it's in my straw page if you wants it. Really? Discord shouldn't show an OBS, should it? Nope. Link to the video. Super cool thumbnail. Let's peep it. It's in your straw page. Oh, where's your straw page? I don't remember what the link is. Yes! It is in your bio? Oh, can I not just see your bio because, in your old bio? Or am I not able to see bios? Wait, am I? Oh, I can't because of freaking Discord mode. Or am I just wrong? I actually can't tell. No, it's because of streamer mode. Sierra Udex, sorry. That's the name of mine, straw page. Sierra Udex straw. Well, that didn't quite right. Straw page. Easy Udex. Oh, I'm gonna find the wrong things here. I just gave them free art. It's not the way to do it. Can you just send me the link on Discord? Or in chat or wherever. Discord will be private if you want. But it might take you a second. I want to watch with you. Show it? I will. Shows it. I just don't have the link. Oh, should I just look it up in my Discord link? I can't see bios because of streamer mode. If I turn it off, well, it'll be fine. I'm gonna turn it off and the chat's gonna be visible, which is okay. Easy peasy. Now turn streamer mode back on, please. So slow. I don't even know where it is. Streamer. There we go. Streamer mode on. Okay. Welcome to my boss drop page. Whoa, this is different. I'm saving this, but I'm not reading it right now. Unless that's what you meant. Oh, no, it's in R. Not in R. The bottom. What's up with your links, bro? What the hell? Okay, what if we take this link? My links are ruined! It's okay. It's okay. This can be salvaged. No. I accidentally got all of it. One by one. What is this? Well, that didn't quite work. Is this a link? Yes. Not quite. Daring cover. MarvelRivals.com. DM'd you it. Yeah, that could have just happened. Wait, maybe I found it. Found it. Ooh, nice. This is a complete disaster. Great! Love it. Oh. I wonder if he says different things if I got the egg in chapter 4 and chapter 3 and I got it in chapter 2. Do it. Play this when I die, PT. I'll try my best. I think the chance of it at least playing after you die are pretty high. Pretty high. This is our final time talking to Forgotten Man, by the way. Why, how do you know that? He says it? Oh, if you get the egg? Oh. Ah! Oh, maybe he's lying. He said, you have everything you need. Ooh. In chapter 6, nothing's gonna happen. Chapter 7, everything's gonna happen. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Genola too. $80. Song is actually a clip of Scarlet Piano by Trevor. It's just slow down a little. Is this so? I refuse to stop looking for him. Dude, I must have stayed in that room for so long. The soundtrack didn't need to go this hard. I'll get this audio and then just have like the sound file on my computer. Oof. Bunker. Whoa. Out in the wild. Okay, that's all I'm gonna look at. No. Oh wow, am I already here? Did I already leave? This is sad. I'm not done. Where am I? Cliffs. Stay here. Well, I'll definitely need to like replay the game with all legs. I think I'm just gonna start from chapter 1 again and try and like 100% the game so far. Especially with Weird Route. I don't know, we'll see. Might not even stream it, I'm not sure. But I guess I'm done here. Oh yeah, but my goals for like chapter 3, chapter 5 is to, I do kind of want to get all the pink eggs, pink coins, and then get the 3 items that I'm allowed to get. But I'm done with that for now. But it might be one of the last things I do if I have the chance. Oh, I'm back here. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. This is even farther back. This is not worth it. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. No, 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 no. Oh my god. Backtrack. Backtrack. 2A. Yes. Why are we yelling? I don't know. A place where? Where? Garden. Yes. I like this new door system. Tough, 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 tough. End of garden. I think. Near the shrine, this area? Yes. No. Stupid. As in what you said, I'm not saying that. Stupid, 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 it's okay. Let's choose another option. There's 9. Wait, no. 12. Oh, end of garden. Oh no, I'm the stupid, stupid one. Whoops. You said end of garden. You stupid, shoot. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Sorry, that's mean. Climb the vines. No. Jump. You told me to climb them. But I understand the mistake. Why'd that emoji pop up? Lamau. As you made it pop up, it pops up whenever it needs to. And I guess it just needed to. Wait. I'm not done? I'm done. Go. No more business to attend to. Up! Up. It's time! To do what? I don't know what we're doing. To go up. You got it, boss. And trust me. Stop at the floor. And go left. And go right. Or no, you told me to stop at the floor. Maybe I should stay like this. No, back to 21. Oh, 2D. Are you delayed? Do you mean like this? This is 2D. This is more 2D than you know what one is. Now. Okay. Jump to the right. Off screen. Bro, I knew it! Oh my god, I knew it. I literally knew that there was a secret there. Oh my god, you're kidding me. I just didn't do it. Oh, ridiculous. You can rewind to the other stream. I did that, but I didn't go to the top and do it. Jeez Louise Lee. What a fool. Only a fool stops before diamonds. Reaching diamonds. Whoa! Which is... Okay, dick. Winking at me. Nice. I'll take it. Can I do it again? Gonna kill me? Secret friend death. Yes, and then I'm gonna get this hidden dialogue. No, I'm not. Well, at least I don't have to fall so far. Did you secret boss? Yep. Did I ask that already? Nope. Secret boss was hard. So hard. I thought you said it was easy. Lol. Wiener. What? Spacing a survey marker where Asgore got abducted. None. Easiest to get to. Yeah, I'll give you that. No. Chapter 4 was the easiest. It was really easy. I think chapter 5 has been like the most like obvious one, but to actually get, I don't think so. Chapter 3 was just like steps that were along your way. You just did it out. It was never like an optional thing to do. It was just like kind of in your way, so you did it because you were there. I feel like this one, you don't need to go out of your way. Okay, beat the game already. Sorry, I'm critiquing right now. You did everything. No. Keep talking. Oh, okay, yeah. I liked listening. No, I was saying I wasn't like shutting you up. Your new like quirk is all caps. No, I don't even. What was it? Oh yeah, no, it was like you could very easily not get this boss. I don't think you could very easily not get Gerson. Cause bro, oh my god, dude, I didn't tell you. I was gonna tell you, bro. 2 people now. Who is it IRL that I know? Syl did this, and then some kid from Ohio that Heidi knows. Bro, they both ran through Deltarune. Yeah, including Syl. Ohio kid. Yeah. Yeah, dude, they both said that they sped through chapter 5, and I was like, bro, that is not the way to do it. Neither of them did the secret boss, and bro, the Ohio kid was like flexing how he like beat the game in 4 hours, and he was like, bro, you're on 6 hours now, you're not, and you're still not done. Both of them fucking stink. Literally. What? I know, bro, 4 hours. He was like, yeah, I sped through that. I was like, bro, tell me that you actually like enjoy the game. 6 to 8 hours is normal. Yes, I'm taking forever. I'm on like 10 hours now. The last stream was 4 hours. The first one was 6 hours. Now I'm going on my 3rd stream. That's proper like searching. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, 10 hours is a little much. I don't know why I have 10 hours. Have you done Final Boss? Nope. Oh my god, I have to do this again. This is my 3rd time doing it. Oh no, nice. Oh my god, it's because I keep going left. Well, I'm gonna do it again. I couldn't get this last time, but I'm really gonna try here. Just in case there's a pink coin that I didn't get last time. What? There was a shortcut. This right here is super hard. Yes, I feel like I did it last time, but I don't have the memory. No, I went down. I think that's what I did. I didn't do this. Wow, you did it first try. This is the hard one. This is the one I couldn't do before you got here. I went down too. Oh my god! Pink coin right there! What is over there? So I didn't do this. I knew I didn't. I did do that first part, and then I went down. God damn it. I died on this before you got here. I died out of battle on here. That's what happened. Mr. Pink Coin cries. I want to get all of them, and then... Oh yeah, you already heard when I said that. Because I want to get the 3 items. I feel like I'll get something. I don't know if I get all the pink coins and then get the 3 items that I'm able to get. Yeah, damn it. The 1 pink coin that you had to do this puzzle for was the hardest. That was quite fun. No, it wasn't even, because it wasn't a satisfying win for me. But it was a nice puzzle. I like the puzzle itself. Oh, this song right here is really good. I do like this. This part has been really nice. This like final part where they're working together. Bro, Yellow has some of the coolest lines, I swear to God. Where what was it? What was my favorite one? It was Blue says like, "Justice is blind," and then Yellow's like, "But he's a pretty good shot." I was like, bro, that's so tough. Hardest line in Deltarune. Yeah, something about justice. There was some other one. There was a second one that Yellow says that I was like, bro, that's so good. I love the bells, the pink bells spinning. Finding them is pretty fun. Where am I going now? Where is this bringing me? Oh, now I have to do this again. This was fun though. I like this. But I didn't mean to do it. Yeah, damn it.
I know I hit it last time, I swear.
I swear. Love these hoops. They felt unique. Oh, that's how I got here. Okay, let me out. Double castle, green shop. Yes. Also, was out. And now I'm continuing. I have not been here yet. Yes, bro, the cafe music, I was... The break room thing, that, and is there any others that I particularly liked? I like the themes, obviously, they're the same thing, just different. The Mew Mew song? Yes. Was fire. Oh shit, gotta get in my voices. Why did I brush my teeth beforehand? Bro, get to the final boss. I keep feeling up on my teeth and my tongue.
Beating one of us is nothing. How about all of us?
Oh shit, I'm at the end. Or well, the end of these guys. Aqua final combo attack! I didn't realize I could play. This is easy smeezy, come on. Oh, that's cool. Acting like water. Oh! This is ridiculousness. F you, Aqua. Aqua's... Don't play bad at Aqua. I don't need this. I'm good. I'm good. Eat? Nah. Blue ultimate cowboy hat. Oh shoot. Just like we rehearsed. What do I do? I love blue and yellow. First one. Oh god damn it. Would have had. Can I do it now? Nope. Oof. Oh yeah. You Denzo. Nah. I don't even think I have items after the secret boss. Enough, those cheapies were just warming you up. Rasa gonna die, he's chilling. I'll show you how human I've become. I thought we settled on you being okay, not being a human. You're alright, buddy. You'll see what I can do when I'm not hungry. Oh! Dang it. I scratched my nose. Stun Buster, this should stop it for a sec. You got it, boss. Oh, I should have waited while I was down. What am I doing? Oh yeah. Oh, that stops the thingies too. Ralsa is okay. Oh shit. Bad. Oh, bad. Okay. No. I need them together. It's too late. It's not happening. Oh, y'all have the same health anyway. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. What do you... Thank you. I told you I need no snacks. Do I even have any? I can't check. Yes, W green again. Green is my fourth favorite. Green is like an honorable mention. I might be doing some disservice. Fourth, Aqua, Yellow, and Seth are my top three. Too low. Okay. They're all pretty dang good. Orange would go up there. Blue? Seth cute. Yes, literally. They're all cuties. They are. Stay here. Oh shoot, we're at the top. If you Aqua. Not Aqua! Chris. Susie. Rouse. Oh, that was the wrong way to say it. So you finally made it. Mountain's just a step away now. Come here. Peep the poses he does. Or farming. Fate. Wait. Drinking tea. Oh yeah. Also, he dropped some fire points here. Fate should say we're destined to fight, but I believe in you, 3. I believe you have the power to change that fate. So, will you use it? Or you prove your fantasy stronger than ours? His point about the letting the flowers live and getting rid of Castletown is whack. Tell you what. It's greedy. You're choosing your world over ours. It is simply a matter of wait. I love it. It's a nice point. Sure, it's got Rouse on the ropes right now. He's sweating bullets. Maybe, probably Susie, more rather. So you made it. There's like so much on the line. So you made up your minds. Listen. Since the beginning, we were love. Your father grew us a rainbow bouquet of 7 flowers as a proposal to your mother. Flowers that were only supposed to live for 1 smiling day. And yet, not let us go. Kept us alive alongside his love. Every day he watered us, talked to us, sang his dreams to us. And each day, we wished we could do something in return. His friend grew sick, and we could do nothing. His money ran out, we could do nothing. Family left him, we could do nothing. Ooh, nasty. I love the flowers. They're great characters, honestly. They really are. I want to see more art of them. I haven't seen any at all. No, that's not true. I've seen some rails. Ugh, good chapter writing wise. And yet he still cared for us. Weak, useless flowers. Flowers that could do nothing in return. But now, our time has come for flowers to be the heroes. Build a world, all his kindness may be repaid. Chris, this is your final chance. If you really believe your world is better, then stand against us. The enemies? My recruits!
Lend me your power!
Lend me your power! No, they're my recruits because I recruited them. He did the Azrael pose? He did? I wouldn't have known. Been too long. Ooh. What's happening, eh? Alright, Chris. If you want to prove your worth, you missed it. The song is incredible. Are we doing blue and... Oh, no, we're doing this. Oh. Oh, shit. Missed the point there. Chris, President release. A flower man. Waiting for the touch of his hand. Training petals out without a plan. Lived every daily. With that browse, the flower man. I haven't seen anything about this yet. Tapping it works too. Thanks, buddy. Flower man. Whoa, the text is crazy. So he stands with his ear in the sand. This song is so good. Can I do anything else? I'll check him. Attack defense. Flower. A being taking shape from the golden flower. Okay, PT. Take my power! Thank you, bud. Everything about him is an illusion, but with hope, can he make it real? Now win! Susie gives her all, TP increased. Rouse gives us all, TP increased. Oh yeah. Whoa. Beautiful. You know, I'd wanted you to meet the other flowers. See how beautiful they all are. I have. That line is so cool. Dang it. The one with the flowers? Flower means the fragrance of hope. Him letting you meet the flowers is so you can see they're good people. They are good people, but like, it's not happening, but all we can do is raise TP. Okay, that's fine. Posed alone. Perfect bows was highly effective. I haven't seen anything with Conrad's yet. Susie gives her all, Rossi gives us all. If everyone just could be friends, I might turn over a new leaf. Puns! That hurt me? Am I not doing it? It's the first time I did it, come on. Yo, I suck. There we go. Mash for mercy. Okay, I'm doing their attacks. Oof. Okay, so yeah, do this. Let's see what else I am. See, oh, I forgot to get items. Or at least take them out from my storage. Okay, well, I think I can do it. I think I got this. Maybe we wait. Defend. You can't use. Never mind. Yeah, we're good. Oh my god, wait, did I even do it? I didn't heal him. I'm a fool. Wait, did I do it? I'm not even like paying attention. But I see your hearts are set in stone. Your world, your fountain is more important than ours. It just is. Sorry, bub. Oh my god, is that... Who's down? Is that... That wasn't even Rouse, was it? Is that Susie? It's Susie! You kidding me?! Yeah, let's do that. Shit, heal prayer on yourself. 5%. Also cast heal prayer. Think that's gonna stop me? You're not the only one that can act. Whoa. This a long fight. Oh shit. I won't lose. My friends are behind me. Seth, remember the patterns I taught you? Heh, I improved them. Watch. Oh! Whoa, this is cool. Is that healing me? I actually don't think so. Oh no, bro. Wait. We lost. Get a chance. You're earlier than 100 years to beat me. Now beat like a tree and leave. Time's over. Chris, you're not holding back, are you? We can beat him this time. I know it. Let's go. Tip, aiming for the green can low-key get you killed. I'll believe it. Wait. No, we're healed. Let's go back to the cafe. Let's stack up. Okay, so let's get some revivements. Green! Ba, 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 ba. Might as well just listen to this while we're here. Green tea. One more revivement. I don't think we need that many. Oh, I don't buy from you. Sell. I also need to sell like bad. Can I sell from my storage, please? No. I do have tree cake. Where? Where is it? Haven't been able to see it. There it is. God damn. There we go. I can turn on up here. Sometimes I do for some reason. My teeth. So yeah. Stack up on green tea, I guess. I think we're good. I'm out of here. Last room. Okay. Okay. Savor the determination point, did I not?
It's alright.
I saved at the cafe. Posies. That's good. No, you did the cafe. Okay. It'll be alright, because I'm gonna win. Doesn't even matter. So heal ally, S action. Let's do some S action. Fist in my ass. Yeah, let me start over. Maybe. Just maybe, this time, you'll listen. What? That's what it said. Kiss the my ass. Or apron. It's written on the bill. Fist in your ass, it says kiss the my ass. Kiss the my ass. Your whole message got censored, chat, by the way. It's fine. Is acting even better than just defending for TP? I still haven't figured that out. 9% my ass. Oh my god. You know, I'd wanted even with the other flowers. They're so wonderful. No. This time, I got it. Oh shit. Gotcha. Still 9% though. How do you like Majorona? I like almost know what that's a reference to. Oh, 1%. Dick. Everyone just gets to be friends. My turn in new leaf. Really? Really? Like this. How do you like my Girona? Is what he says? That's him that says that? I thought that was like a JoJo reference or something. I feel like that's from something. Something else. He said it in the past. Whoops. It's been 4 days. 4 days I've been playing this chapter. 5%. I also turns into a horse for it. But I see your hearts are set in stone. Your will to be found is more important than ours. Yeah, kind of is, sorry. Hey, this attack is new. With, like, obstacles. And we're down. Dick. Ass! Well, I can blow away, and then he'll Suzu. Might as well. You're done, you're done, you're done. Think that's gonna stop me? Not the only one that can act. Whatever this means. I won't lose. My friends are behind me. Seth, remember the patterns I tell you? Yeah, I improved them. Watch. Whoa! Not like I can slow down. Be wary the green. Green made me happy though. It didn't even do anything for me. Why did I go for the green? Does it heal me? I actually don't understand. Don't always aim for it. Sometimes it makes you take damage. Why would I aim for it at all? It heals you by like 1 to 5. Okay. Well, I can't do Jack. So I guess I'll just defend. And I will also. Aqua, let's play knife cutting game. Aqua, let's play. Beehee, it's always so fun. Ooh, I like this. Oh my god. Oh, I just gotta land on them. Oh, I didn't take damage. This move my fave. Really? Nice. Can we not? No, we have to. TP goes up every time. Green tea on yourself, Rosalie.
Asgore, let's play! Just gotta get smarter for Asgore.
Found out the method. Okay, 80. You guys got it!
This is our dream. Ooh, ooh. Nightmare, nightmare.
Oh yeah. Oh! It's okay.
You're done.
You spin.
Orange, be brave. It's your turn. Flowery, big bro. Won't beat our combo.
Oh! Oh my god. Okay, this is actually a bit much. Is he saying Girona? Oh, this is dead. This is okay. And exactly what I'm gonna revive Chris and then wait. Okay, yeah, we're gonna revive Chris. He's saying Girona like and Orange. Really? I feel like if I ever used that, I would be silly.
Green, how about a 999 tip?
Hey, what's this bleeding? Just kidding. Orange. Yeah, he does. Loki, that. Okay, I can't see it, sorry. Whoa! God. Can we do it yet? No. Well, heal everyone. Heal whole team. Tree cake. Tree cake. Read my message later. Loki, that move where you and him are torn is the hardest for me. It's pretty dang hard. The attack where he comes at you in general is difficult. But imagine this.
Asgore, I'm courageous. You'll be proud of me, right?
You're just trying to ride Asgore too, bro. Just like everyone else.
Dang.
Rough. Okay, praise.
Ooh. Who isn't trying to...
Me. Asgore's alright, but you know, he can ride his flowers. What? But he's so sweet. Is he? Yeah. He's such a nice boy. I guess he's pretty dang nice, ain't he? Okay. I mean, just ignore he killed kids.
Why won't you? I want you to lose.
Oh. He did. He killed kids. He did. I'm gonna stop him. Sorry, excuse me.
Don't cry, Orange. Tears are for a wedding day. Why am I blushing?
Joe Orange. Ja kidding. Is that what he said? Ja kidding. That would be good if he did. But I might just put closer. Get out of here. Blue. Wait, that's so good. Ja kidding. We know, Flowery. We're here to play our part. Gotta get on that side. Oh, this one's cool. I mess with this. No way for me to like dodge it. I'm not looking at it, but that's cool. Ooh, trials. Yes, yes. Let me continue the trials. I liked that a lot. I love when yellow shoots. Yellow's tough. Look at him. Oh, he's cool. No, heal yourself, buddy. Y'all can get XP. Yes, wait, you're gonna have a cool Easter egg in the trial. Yes! Yellow, tonight, justice rides together. Got it, partner. Oh, am I getting TP during this? I better be. I can't. Yes, I am. I have max. I just peeped it. Enough! Enough! With this act, I'm finishing this. Let me prove, without a doubt, Flowery isn't as innocent as he behaves. Susie and Chris were jailed illegally! My prisoner, where is it? Moss! What? This moss was the prison food. Innocent people don't belong behind bars. Where's my Easter egg? What Easter egg? Is it random? Since when are thieves innocent? This petal feather, you stole it from the shrine. Aqua, it was a gift. Since when was it hers to give away? Too bad. Looks like it's back to jail for... I did it. All of it was my idea. Chris, Susie, I'm sorry. Finish it without me. No! Ross, I was a goat for that. Not bad, Rally. But it didn't get your friends any closer to the Dark Fountain. Enough, Chris. I don't need a trial to expose the truth. We've watched you since you were a child. I know that you've changed. I don't know what your plans are, but if they involve Asgore, this is as far as you go. Feel it. Smell it. The power of flowers! Whew. Yes! Gerona!
And one more for the finish.
What? Oh, got at the very end. Gerona time! Susie's idea? You got it. You listen to Susie's idea. Chris, I just noticed from what Flowery said, but the flowers. Wait. Susie idea! My tea's running out. Like, really running out. I have like one more sip. The flowers we're on stopped going up a while ago. If you want to get to the Dark Fountain, you gotta find another way. Got it? Hey, Flowery. Asgore's falling over there. Oh, buddy. Chris, this is it. Go! Yes, this is cool. Whoa. Can I just come on this? Whoa. Get back here. Whoa. Run. Oh, snap. BT, go! You got it, boss. Oh, shit. Shit! Ugh. At least it slowed down for me. Just in time. Nobody outspeeds a flower. Not true. Yes! You almost got past me for a second there. Wake up, Chris! I can never lose to you. Because I'm not alone. Omega Flowery upcoming. Shoot, you're right. Watch and learn, Chris. The true power of friendship. Oh, it's genius. Photoshop Flowery. Why am I orange? Omega Flowery! Whoa! Ah! Attack him? What? Attack! Hit him! Oh shit. Shice. I got it. I got this! Gerona! He's so much slower on the ground. Seth, Green, come on, guys. That's cool. What if I did it early? Or what if I just didn't do it? What happens? Ooh. Hey, I hesitated. Why? It's not right. We have to defeat you. We have to. Get up! His eyes roll. What are you doing? Asgore, Chris, oh my god, are you alright? Get ready for cinema, PT. Flowery, didn't you say they went home? I thought if they wanted to prove... How could I have let this happen? I was so obsessed with finding out about the Dark World. I didn't make sure you were... Max what? That's blue. What was just maxed out? This is not a comedy. Oh, this is a comedy, not a tragedy. Get up, you two. Chris! Thank goodness you're okay. Tough. I do like that line a lot. Line coming back. That's tough. Chris, I think I owe you an apology. Not just you, but everyone as well. Chris, ever since that horrible day, I've only blamed myself for what happened. Explain. Whoa. All I ever wanted was to prove it wasn't my fault. To make sure that it would never happen again. That it was all because of... this. The Dark World. This music, this is some Portal music. Just the dun 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 dun. But now that I'm finally here, it makes me realize how pointless that all was. None of you ever blamed me. None of you ever said it was my fault. Even so, seeing the aftermath of my failure, seeing these colors is interesting. Actually, it is a bit interesting. Azrael is green. Everyone's had their own like themes in the Dark World. Asgore's obviously yellow. He's got the yellow gold breastplate and armor and whatnot. Chris's skin is blue, presents blue. I don't remember Toriel, but I can assume she was purple. Azrael, that boy's green. Made my self-hatred consume me. One that ultimately drove your mother away. I thought if I could just prove I was right. Maybe Toriel purple because of church fit? I'd believe it. Pretty purple. That's a cool screen. It is. I like this a lot. I love these cutscenes. I love the cutscenes. Azrael with all the red line. Asgore. It would fix everything. But even when I finally found the proof that I wanted, I still failed to protect you. Boom, 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 boom. Chris, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not realizing sooner. When Azrael comes home, I would love to see the both of you together. Even without your mother, if she prefers. And Chris, I'm immensely proud of you. It seems that while I wasn't looking, you've become courageous, wise, and made many wonderful friends. Rossi has his hat. Chris, it's your time now. End the stream, won't you? Decapitate Flowery. But wait, Asgore. What about the diner? What about skateboards? Yeah. Cinema. Did you put that? Did you just type cinema and then it put it as that emoji? Already happened or upcoming? Cinema already happened or upcoming? Ooh, you're right. That word is being censored with this cinema. Is that just a Twitch thing or what? Flowery. You do know I was just playing along, right? My only goal was to find the truth. Man, F these emojis. That's Twitch. If anything, don't worry, it appears normal for me on my phone with the actual Twitch chat, just on screen with the Thingalinga. It's like that. If anything, your actions towards me made me realize, well, such unasked for affection. You didn't actually like my mixtape? Well, I did. It was, well, very thoughtful. At times you seemed like a really lovely person. Harry Twinkle and Deltarune. All you did, but Asgore, listen. This world, it's perfect for you. I've seen how alone you are. You want to go back. Flowery. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't stay. Why? Back in the real world, my shop is waiting. It's not right to leave it empty. Of course, anyone could come in and come here. Ain't it so? Someone's got to check on Asgore. Someone has to take care of the flowers. Can't argue with that, old buddy. Take care of the flowers. That's cute. If that's what he wants, that's what he wants. But I won't let him have it. And he kills him. Coming soon. Cinema coming soon. To a theater near you. To a cinema near me. To a cinema right now. Well then, looks like it's time to say goodbye. You're making me expect things. Aww. Now I actually do have to say goodbye. It's actually rough. Feeling my teeth again. Ugh. Oh, I can't talk to them? I just have to see them? Oh, no, I can. Individually? Ooh, I don't really get it, but playing together was fun. Let's play again soon. Thank you for watching my dream. This is cinema. Okay. Bye, Green. Green wanted to be a chef and know the flavor of many foods. Thank you for watching their dream. Yellow? What is your dream? Sounds silly now, but I just wanted to be a cowboy. Well, was I a good one, Blue? Thanks for watching my dream.
I wanted to have courage and fight to protect what I loved. Was I brave? You'll say I was brave, right? Thanks for watching my dream.
Your voice is rough, I'm glad you're gone. I wanted to move, to feel, to know love in my limbs. That voice was good, thank you. But even if it ends love, that mouse voice was good, thank you. That one was rough, I was forgetting them a lot yesterday, because it was the first time I had to do them. This chapter was rough for that. Reading out loud is hard, the first dream was like a nightmare, like I was actually like tired or something, I could not read. But even if it ends love, will always continue. Thank you for watching our dream. Remember that mouse sound you did? That potential Cannon Marshall voice. Nice! That's just the mouse voice. That's just like universal. Oh, voice Marshall. In the show. In the TV show.
Well, I still could. I wanted to know everything. Of course, in the end, couldn't really be the genius I wanted, but I'd still like to think I learned a whole lot. Thank you for watching my dream. I never liked having having to find a thing or two. Wire thing or two. Can I talk? Can I see them again? No. I like that Seth was the last one. Go. Flowery, turn into a flower. Rosa? Then Flowery's next. Done already? I didn't really know what to say. Flowers have dreams too. The darkness let us fantasize a higher form of consciousness. Dreams are dreams. It's time this capricious reverie came to an end. Chris, the fountain is waiting for you. Turn into flower. The stream is always set to end. Even if we defeated you, we knew that flowers left in darkness will perish. But if we could give Asgore a glimpse of a perfect world, he would make up for everything he had done for us. After all, weren't we supposed to live more than a single day? Oh, we weren't. I don't know, whatever. Wait, Sierra, before I do this, obviously, you saw I specifically didn't like the 2 times that Susie went off to do something with Blue and whoever. Did you see the Rousey lines? Like whenever Rousey talked to Flowery one-on-one, and then the what was the other one? And then he talks to Chris. Oh, I forgot what the second one was exactly. I think it was just Flowery talking to us. I don't know, no. Because, yeah, I know Susie was an option, but I specifically didn't do Susie. And it was very interesting. I don't think I remember. You'd have to see it again. I did do Susie. It was really interesting. I gotta find something that I can show that again. It was like... Rousey was like... I don't even know. It was cool, though. I can't remember the lines in particular. What are you waiting around for? Bro, I got the worst Susie thing on Twitter. I get the worst Susie thing? What are you waiting around for? We said goodbye. That means goodbye. It was genuinely so bad, but it made me sad. Send it or something. Or describe it, whatever. The flowers back home. They were my wedding bouquet. I kept taking care of them all this time. From now on, I'm going to do it for my own sake. Did you want to say something? Oh, okay. Nah, bro, it's Fuda, Susie. I was so devastated. Oh, that's why it made you sad. Yeah, I suppose. What a culture. It's genuinely so bad it made me sad. Oh, it was so bad that it made you sad. Chris, don't worry. This was genuinely terrible. Susie does not deserve deification. She hasn't earned it. Chris, don't worry. I feel like I lost my voice. I lost the moisture in my mouth. I hear people outside of my room, but I don't know what's going on. Last sip OT. It is. Wait, does the other one have a little bit left? Just a drop. Drink water. Wait, did I even get water? I don't know. Might have to grab one midstream. Chris, don't worry. After we get back, we can tell the mayor everything we saw. I don't know which one I chose. I'm supposing it's mayor. I know she'll do everything she can to help. The more people are safe from this, the better. You want to say something? Did I choose Susie? We were both worried, Chris, that Azra was going to end up your only friend. But it seems that you've met someone rather wonderful. Not only has she fought by your side through danger, but she also seems to have an interest in flowers. Yeah. Is this a sim? Feel free to bring her by anytime, Chris. I'll give her a free Snapdragon. Chris's other friend. It's strange, at a glance, they look a bit like Azrael. But the longer you look, the harder it is to tell if they're a monster at all. Even if they look that way, Chris accepts them. I hope they realize they don't have to hide themselves. I think I chose nothing last time. Even if they look that way, Chris accepts them. I hope they don't realize that they don't have to hide themselves. Yep. Why was he in that before? He's not in that anymore. Weird. Chris, I'm sorry. I can't say that enough. But you've grown up a lot, haven't you? When your brother finally comes home, I can't wait to see how proud he'll be of you. Chris, okay, yeah. You have anything to say about nothing? Nah. Cinema. Seal the fountain? Not yet. Cinema? One last peek around. Let's do it. It was as if your very soul was glowing.
love Darren. Ooh. Ooh? Hey. Why are we still here? No. Someone just made a second fountain? Oh, they took Asgore. Hey! Leave it to me. Ooh. That boy Naruto run. He's all about that. He's all about that anime. Yes, Flowery Cinema! Think you can outspeed a flower? Why are you saying outspeed a flower? What are you even talking about? Ooh. We always talk. What? Leafing so soon? You're not the only one that can start a battle. Oh. Some enemy showed up. Try running away now. Spared forward and... Looks like it's just you and me. Take this! He has 99. How'd you like my Girona? Ooh. That's tough. You can ignore my fake statistics? Who needs stats anyway? I've got a bouquet of moves where that came from. Flower man. He's got a flower plan? Seems like you still don't get it. Nothing is stronger than Flower's dream. Deflowered that boy. Is that? I don't think that means what I'm saying it as. Swoon. Flowery. Dude, don't say that. Do not say that. You got it, boss. I'm sorry. I knew that didn't mean quite what I was saying it was. That is actually terrible. Flowery, say something. I'm crying. Raleigh, you know, your magic can't heal this, so why? Miss? Because I have to try, you know? Flowery, are you okay? I'm fine, princess. Just need a little water. Damn it, flowers really are useless, aren't they? They sit around looking beautiful, and they wither away. Our caretaker is gone, and both Azrael's talking. Flowery and AFK. Check your DMs, please. Went to the stream to reach out to Sierra. We'll take care of you. Give you light, and water, and stuff. Yes, I know! Ugh, Mom! Sorry, I'm reading y'all's chats like dialogue. Take out the trash soon! And then we'll go and get Asgore back. Susie, how sweet you are. Everyone, listen carefully to me. Us plants, neither darkeners nor lighteners. Tis. We are living beings that take on new consciousness in the dark and feel things others can't understand. Something horrible is stirring underneath the town. A darkness beyond your imagination. Susie, Chris, the road ahead of you is draped in shadow, but I know you can do it. As long as you stay together. You two have the inner light that can save this world. I just wish I wasn't so useless. You aren't useless, Flowery. Having something to take care of gave Asgore purpose too. Just being a flower, that's enough for him. Raleigh. You're not half bad yourself, you know that? Maybe in another life we could have been friends. Yes! Needed it to happen. Both Azrael's talking. You two go see the fountain, okay? I will stay here. Maybe in another life we could have been friends. You two were the same person. You're making some bold. You're talking bold. Alright. A flower torn in half. Flowey and Rouse, hello? I suppose. I keep seeing this Flowery character. Haven't you been watching Chapter 5? Maybe you... Are you fine being here, Bush? Are you gonna play Chapter 5? I mean, you signed it by coming onto the screen. Bro, PT, don't argue with me. You know I'm right. Wait, Bush. Is you getting spoiled right now? He signed a waiver. He signed the waiver by coming here. Is you getting droned right now? I've been spoiled already. That's sad. Get out of here, Bush. Well, I guess it's fine. Besides, I needed to go to drastic measures to reach out to see her. You just had to go and be dramatic, didn't you? Idiot. Chris, please go stir the fountain. Let me talking to you. Yeah. Where's the second one? Oh, it's just here. Chris. Susie's voices, I don't even like have a thing down. Just seal it. Oh yeah. I never noticed they had their own lights above each other. Maybe it's just been a long time since I've been in here. Flowery! Chris, stay here. I'm gonna find something to help. I don't think so now. I'm off now? Dang. See ya. See ya. Peace, peace. Join us on finals later? Me? On finals? Is this the idea? Too dark to look closer, or do you just mean in VC? Or NASCII, you know, not on finals. But, the T in PGG stands for the... Oh, for the... And we all know the G stands for the finals. I'm off to play with Bush. The Gynals. Alright, guys. Well then... Keep that word out of my chat and go. Go away. Go away. It's not the right way. Go away. Dang, you have no delay. Whoa! Sorry, I just read it again in my head. You're making me say it in my head, and it's ringing through my head. Like a bell. Ding, ding. I'm a PT, I'm not forgetting that flower thing you said. Bro, that's censored on chat, but not on chat. Yeah, no, nothing censors on screen, which is pretty bad, actually. That was bad and funny. Siri can probably tell you on VC. TV, it's turned face down. Okay, Bush. On top of it is an anime-style comic. Comment to VC town. Might be there later, too. We'll see. I'm gonna finish this and then... What time is it? Oh, I have time. This is... How long has this been streaming going? That'll be fun. Take care, guys. Peace, peace. It's too dark to look closely. Oof. I wonder how much of this chapter is left. Like, I don't feel like we've built anything up to chapter 6 so far. So I wonder what note it's going to end on. Oh, it's too dark to look closely on everything, obviously. I don't know what I'm doing. It's a broken container for a golden flower. You dug through the soil. In the soil were two things. Oh. Sorry, excuse me. Two things. Text is going slow, just like it did on the bunker. One, a packet of seeds from the golden flower. Ooh, grow a new flowery. They are covered in warning labels. You took the seeds. The second thing was a piece of paper with the code on it. On the piece of paper was a code. It says shelter. You gripped the paper and with both hands began to tear it to... Chris! Hey, I got tape. Help me out a sec. Hey, is that? It's a bit ripped, but I can still read it. 0915199X. Chris, we got another code. Hey, don't just stand there. Tape them up. Whoa. That's a long code. Sorry, guys. You're gonna have to share for now. Oh yeah, I should explain. Before we sealed the first fountain, Flowery talked to me and told me that Asgore used to be... Oh, yellow and blue are sharing. Nice. Told me that Asgore used to be the police chief and still had his shelter code buried in Flowery's soil. Ooh. He told me not to tell anybody about it, but I guess he told you too, huh? Anyway, let's get out of here. Fast. Wow. Okay, so Chris's plan was interrupted yet again. Chris can't do anything right. Oh my god. Which is good. Maybe bad. I don't know. Back to reality again, huh? Chris couldn't stop them. How much longer are they going to keep taking more people? How much longer are those people going to be safe? Hey, Chris, I know this probably isn't good timing. Maybe it's actually the worst timing, but would you mind walking me home? There's something I want to talk to you about. I'll walk with you. Thanks, Chris. What is this music? I mean, the two of us don't need to go there, right? Let's go. Hey, we gotta go. Okay. Boom, ba. Ba, ba, ba. It's Friends. It's a music box of Friends. Lights, this is beautiful. Hey, the lights are still up. Kinda. Hey, that's not what I meant. I mean, thanks, but don't worry about me staying over for a while. Okay. Nah, I mean, it's not time for that, right? Okay. Boo, boo, boo. So, about what I wanted to say. It's like, you know. Do, do. Check out the leftovers of the festival. They really took it down. What happened to Rudy? I just remembered. Is your home that way? Or is it the school? No, I think it's this way. I don't want to go that way yet then. I'll go this way. Can we go to the shelter first? I'm going to the shelter first. I think that your home is that way. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna go to the... I guess you and me make a pretty good team, right? I just been thinking about that. Thinking about us. What? What? What's up, Susie? Talk to me, Susie. Chris, you know, it's not really what I meant, right? So this is, like, your real... Yep. Yes. Not over there. Okay, so yeah, you mean the Dark World house. don't ya? Down, 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 down. Oh, you don't even know what happened already. Wow. Which is for the best, surely. Oh, yeah. I saw Bush say that in chat again. Library. Is this the place that you mean? I'm gonna go down and see if that's where you talk. Hey, not over there. Yeah, okay. I get what you mean. Oh, so if you slept here, then... Since that day in the closet, since our first adventure, kind of feels like all this has been our special Chris and Susie thing. Our thing no one can take away. Our secret. Our adventures. Our thing that's just better. If it's just the two of us. You feel the same way, right, Chris? Yeah. What are you telling me, Susie? What's up? Not here. What about over here? Ooh. Guess what I want to say is... Chris, this can't just be our adventures anymore. People are in actual danger. Your dad is in actual danger. Can't mess up anymore. We have to tell someone. Someone closer to the shelter codes. Someone who can help us fight. Chris, this can't just be a me and you thing. It needs to be Noelle's thing, too. Chris, thanks for walking me home. Okay, this is cinema. Sarah was right. Is that it? I can't move. Really? We're ending there? Thanks for walking me home. That's a good chapter end. Wow. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun. Wow. Interesting. Ooh. Oh. Oh, it's beautiful. Welcome, Noelle. So yeah, we're really introducing Noelle. Wow, getting a room set up like that? Okay. Doing the most. Just preparing her for arrival. What about Rudy? Oh, you don't know about Rudy. Chris walks away. Chapter 6. I don't know. I don't want to mess up. Does this change any more than that? Okay, it just brings you in. Deltarune. Last I saved was at the cafe. Yeah, I really did win. I didn't have to go back. Festival day. Wow. What's in the bottom right? I have like slots. I'm assuming those are shards. Shadow crystals? I have 3. Doesn't change. What? 3 out of what is that? 5, 15? Oh, I didn't really mean to quit. I will be right back, but then I'm gonna be back. Not sure what I'm gonna do exactly first. Oh yeah, I'm gonna brush my teeth, get a water, just take a general break for a second. I'll just think about what I'm gonna do next after. Discuss the chapter, my thoughts and whatnot. BRB. Good time to use this screen. I don't actually ever do it. BRB, let's get a song going. Music currently playing. Wait, let me get something accurate. Could get this. Now we can get maybe this. Could get that. What is this again? This is Bad Omen. We'll get this for now. Who did this song? Arrow Zitzi. Is it the same person on every song? No, this is specifically someone else. Okay, I'll put their name. Music currently playing is... Let's add that to the BRB channel. That's not the right song. What's it called? Ooh, wait, no, I have a better idea. Wait a minute. Wait one. Raikuchi. Or Raikuichi? I don't know. Why is this a separate artist on Rakuichi Buster? That's what I'm gonna call it, because I don't know how to say it. Yeah, before I go, peep this. Is this fine? Yeah. Going further, now we can look at all of them, right? That day. Okay, let's get Dream Watchers. Yep, let's get that. And Dream Watchers add to queue. Flower Castle. Gonna see if any of them had a million yet. Nope, but Flower Man's getting close. This one's higher. No, this one's lower. What am I talking about? Is Flower Man really the highest? What is this song? Add this to the queue. Add to queue. I don't think I'm gonna take this long, but might let them play out for a minute. This will be the last song on here. Okay. Oh, shoot. Kirby. This will be Deltarune 5 OST. Oh, yeah. What? This is what's happening. Advanced properties. Let's make it level 18 in volume. Okay, I'll be back. Hello? Have I turned the music down low enough to hear myself again? I think so. There was something I wanted to do before I started talking again. But the looped song is about to end, so... Or no, this song is about to end. It's the last one in the queue, so I'm gonna loop it. I wanted to change the color of this one. Like, can I... Yeah, like this. Properties. Change the color. If I do change the color, let's say to this color, which is a bad one, changes that one too. That's the problem. So good. I want to like set this as its own thing. Paste reference, paste duplicate, paste reference. So this is the different one. That changes that one too. Bad. So I should make a duplicate? Okay, this is 2. This is the second one. So what if I change this color to pink? Yes. That would not change the other ones. Well, let's not make it pink. Let's make it... what would go well with yellow? What's the opposite of yellow in the contrast scheme? What if we made it green? What if we made it white? What if we made it black? No, bad. What actually is the opposite of yellow? What is it like? Red. I don't like that. Shows my changes in real time. It does. That's bad. How about blue? That's not bright enough. Wait, wasn't it blue before? How different is this blue? It's a little different. It's honestly better. I like that. I like that. That's good. What if I got rid of that and changed it and it was bad? It doesn't change the other ones? That's okay. Bring it back. DELTARUNE. Yeah, I like this song. Okay. We have finished chapter 5 of DELTARUNE. I don't even know. Like, what is there to say? It's a lot. I don't know. I don't really have words right now. I just get at, where was it? Minecraft. I'll be there. I don't know, because going in, I was thinking something next I could do is I could start my weird route. I could do that, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, I'm still looking at things. Looking at things around the place now that I've done that. Okay. Wow. I don't even know. Chapter 5. Really good, really fun. I played that over the course of 4 days. I didn't play the second day. Took me this long to finish. That's cool. What other songs are there? What is Ride the Board? I keep seeing that. It's 10 seconds of this. This is Good Night, Sweet Prince. From Deltarune Piano Collection. Oh, okay. Flower Man's alright. I never listened to the boss themes. Like, I don't think I'm gonna listen to this afterwards. It's the smaller ones, those are the ones that you gotta look out for. I look out for. What is Running Sky? Pink? This is beautiful bath time. It hasn't even reached above 1,000 listens. Please. Onsen. Is it during this ball, I guess? Probably. I don't know. Stop, criminal. I like his version of the theme, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, oh. New classic by Toby Fox. God, that motif is just dun 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 dun. Oh, that last part. Dun 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 dun. I'm telling, this version's a little shorter, of course. I like this version. What was the fight one? It's called... Dang, I can't find it. Pedal... Wait, or is it Pedal Dance? Something in the right ear. Do the part, do the part. I already talked about it in the last stream. That song's just so good. Whew. I could start Weird Route, but I don't know if it'd be a good idea. Might be fine for a separate stream. Might just not do it tonight. Then I would just be playing Chapter 4 too. Might do it in my own time and play Chapter 5 on a stream. That might be the move. Honestly. Gah, that's difficult. Might just play it on my own. I don't know. Might just end stream. Trying to think. Because it has been a short stream. What did I start? Like 6? Sorry, I'm looking at all the things in the world. Looking at Steam. I think these are things in my wish list that are on sale. That's cool. You know, I do think I'm done for the night, but... Oh, wait, no. Why am I saying that? I'm just kind of saying that mindlessly. Is there things to do? Gotta think. Sorry, I just listened to that on the Discord. Pretty cool. Someone's guitar cover of Empty Town. Funny. John Funny. That's John Funny. As in, like, fun? You get it? Shadig. This Steam sale is pretty nice. Not gonna show it, but let's play something in the background while I'm looking. Not that. I can technically play whatever now. But I can't get it accurate anymore. Sorry, I'm just playing things from this game place. Now let's keep it from chapter 5. I want to listen to more from chapter 5. Let's have this playing in the background. Cafe theme. No, yeah, I think I am done. Weird route. I'll have to think about it. Either way, I think I'm gonna get to go into more things. I think if I want to talk about anything, I should talk about, yeah, I guess just future streams. Weird route? Maybe. I don't know. I'm just gonna think about it. I'm gonna try and do a weird route before I get spoiled on it, because I really haven't gotten spoiled on it. And people are talking about it. God, but I also haven't seen chapter 4. Might stream that. It's hard to say. Maybe just whenever I have free time. But no, yeah, on future streams, I think I'm gonna keep trying as I usually always do. Like I did it a little bit today. I tried to get some OBS plugins. I'm trying to like reinvent my whole outlet stuff. Like I'm trying to learn OBS to the core and really try and get things that I want. Like look at this screen. This screen that had the ferrets that I used in the Half-Life stream, which is still not on YouTube, but it will be soon. Just need a thumbnail. I'm gonna try and get these streams out before they're off Twitch. I haven't downloaded them yet because I have no storage. But yeah. Huh. Yeah, I'll put it back on BRB. No, we'll put it on stream ending. That's where it was. But yeah, no, like things like what am I thinking? Sorry, I'm looking through all the things right now. Yeah, I'm just trying to find new things, like plugins especially. I don't use plugins like that. Here, I'll change the title. No, I can't even say, like, talking about Chapter 5, because I'm not going to join VC talking about Chapter 5 this year or anything. Just kind of got to think about it. I feel like there's no setup for Chapter 5, except for Noel, obviously. Whatever Chapter 6 could be. I mean, maybe we'll get, like, little details until it happens. Might happen in 2027, might not. I think it might not. I'm guessing 2028. Early 2028 maybe, but they said they're aiming for 2027, so we'll see. I'll give them their shot, but obviously they're not confident enough to put, 2027, this is when it's coming out at the end in the trailer. It's exciting. I guess, yeah, I'll change title. change the title real quick. No Weird Route spoilers. But no, yeah, like ending my. Is that one thing? Chapter 4 is my favorite. Just a really, really, really great chapter. Chapter 5 was really good. Like gameplay wise, like middle part, I think it's a lot better than chapter 4. But I'm thinking of the ending right now. Chapter 4's ending, it's on top. Who knows? Maybe even chapter 7 can't top it. Chapter 4 is just it's good. It's really damn good. Chapter 5 might even have the best gameplay. I don't know. Chapter 3 was nice. It was new. It was really cool. Chapter 4 was the same. Just cool environment. A lot of lore. And then chapter 5, I don't know. Really fun. I had a blast on it. Ending wise though, I don't know. I think it might just be easiest to sorry, I'm checking things out. It might just be easiest to say the obvious, which is that not as good as chapter 4's ending. Obviously, we don't have something to like drop the ball on, but we don't even really have something to expect going into chapter 6. We can theorize. Maybe theories will bring new light to me. Maybe Weird Route will bring some new light to me, but I don't know. Trying to think about it. I did like the part where it closed off though. I mean, obviously that's gotta be good. If it's not good, then what good is anything at all? But, you know, the part where it's like, thanks for walking me home, Chris, and then Susie goes in hometown. So good. I love that a lot. Makes me question like what's up with Susie's actual place. Like we go to her actual apartment and she's like, I think you know that's not what I meant, or something. Like, does she live alone there? Because we saw it. Like we have to assume that the thing that we saw in chapter 3 at the very beginning when Ross is talking about how dark worlds work. God, chapter 3. Now we're on chapter 5. Now we're going to chapter 6. That's crazy. It's gone really fast, honestly. Ooh. Yeah, no. It makes me wonder, like, what's up with her actual house? I think she's gonna open up more on that. I don't know. Like, if I had to think about what more of a theme is gonna be like on the next one, I have no idea. I have to just think of chapter 6. The only thing we have going is Noelle. More of a Noelle chapter? Noelle Susie chapter, I guess. And I feel like we get a lot of focus on them in this one. Could just get more of that. But I don't know. Focusing on Noelle coming to the Dark World, but it's not going to be a whole chapter's worth. I guess just because we're bringing Noelle in, obviously, for more help. You know, Noelle's closer to the code, closer to the bunker, closer to the mayor, closer to Carol. But trying to think of what that could actually bring us. I mean, just conversation with Carol. Oh, and especially Rudy. Yeah, Rudy. So her spirit must be crushed. Whatever happened to Rudy? Maybe he's just back in the hospital. Maybe something worse. Maybe, you know, he's knocked out, coma, something, yada yada. We can only think about it unless we hear more in Weird Route. It's curious. It's really curious. I don't know. Could be more advantage of the fact that as well what are they thinking of, like how oh, I forgot to bring the thing on stream ending. Music currently playing. Color, what's the opposite of red? Green? What does this look like? What do we think? I like it. What are these two? The same? Get them out of here. Okay. Down here, too, I'll hide it. Ugh. I don't even know. Oh yeah, what I was gonna say is, I mean, like, what if they took advantage of the fact that we don't even know what happened at the festival? Maybe it's something even more sinister. Someone saw something. I mean, something happened, and we come back and Susie and Chris are oblivious, obviously, and they're like, "Wait, this happened while we were gone? What the hell? Wow, I cannot believe this." But probably not. I just don't know. I'm trying to think. If there's anything else. We have a big chunk of the code, which is way longer than the one we got in the guitar. I thought that one was 12225, and that's maybe it. That's what I thought anyway. But turn this a little bit more down. Just making sure. But no, yeah. What was I thinking? Oh, what was I thinking? Oh yeah, but no, I guess the guitar code that was in Dessa's guitar could have been longer. We didn't get to see the rest of it. Susie came in. Chris's plan got interrupted. Oh, I missed. Yo, Cricket. Yeah, you did miss the whole stream. I am discussing it now. I'm trying to talk to myself about it. Really just thinking. Anyway, what's up? What's up, Cricket? So you're not in either VC, unless you are, which you're not. Unless you are, which you're not. I just checked. What's up, Cricket? Hi, I not. Yeah. You know, I'm trying to think of what to do other than discuss. Like, I could do weird route. But I don't know if it'd be a good idea. I'm eating yogurt. Yes. That's actually what's up. If I had yogurt, I would eat it. Tell you what, that's the truth. But I don't, so. Good for you. I was looking back at my cap. If I had food, I'd eat it. I believe you. If I had water, I'd drink it. Cricket, this soundtrack was so good. Obviously this one. Could play other ones. I was playing that one on loop for a minute. That was the discussion song. Now this is the Hootenanny song. Whoa, this is like happy hardcore, is it? What? You think? Which one? I thought that was a bit more boomy, a bit more clubby, but not really, just the keyboard at the start. Oh, okay. Per challenge. I'll believe you. It is very clubby. Wait. I'm gonna try doing something. Display capture, game capture. I've heard this before. You might have heard the other ones. They sound very similar. You probably heard... I don't know. There's like 5 different versions of it. This is the new chapters version. Super similar though, just the beginning really. Finished chapter 3, but I look, you don't have the motivation to play either chapter 4 or 5. Chapter 4 is the best one, I'm telling you. Chapter 5 is really damn good though. I think it might be the best gameplay wise. But chapter 4, I don't know, it's easy to say it takes the cake, but this one was really good. Ooh, shit. It's the best one. If you've been focusing on the lore and you know what's like going on, you could consider it. That's all I really have to say about it, though. Well, there's tons of things to say about it. I think I do. Honestly, I don't know. Oh, know what's going on?
You might.
They explain a lot of things several times. Plus, it's been a bit. I understand. But you know, if you're going to chapter 4, they'll probably refresh things for you. Yeah, that's true. That boy's a darkener. Oh, sweet. Thanks, chapter 4. Yeah, no, chapter... Man, I'm really just trying to think. Do I play a weird route right now? I have 4 hours. I could spend it doing something else, but I don't really think I want to. Shit. Because I'm trying to think, like, whole stream-wise. Because I'm going to upload this, obviously. It's going to be the end of chapter 4. My chapter 5 gameplay. I have 3 streams, because I took so damn long. I rolled my eyes while saying that to emphasize. Ooh, shit. Yeah. VLC video. What is VLC video? Oh, that's a video. Sorry, I want to add the chat because I still have it open. Wait, I think I do. I want to add it to this. I'm just not sure if I can. Text, scene, media, image, slideshow, image. Game capture. Where's the window capture? There it is. Do. I think this will work. Here, wait. Should I type something? I'll type something. Hi, me. There you are. Oh, wait. Not yet. Wait. Damn it. Limo wipe. There you are. Hi, me. You're on screen. On my monitor. Hi, me. Part 2. Welcome. Mom, I made it. You really, really made it. Congratulations. Here, I'll put it at the bottom. That makes sense. Oh. I really, really love cupcakes. Well, now the world knows. Congratulations. You made it big, kid. Put it just a little bit above. Wow. There we go. Now it should be fine. I like how you're orange. Did you set that yourself? That's automatic. Because I'm pretty sure you can set that yourself, right? Yeah, I have mine set as green. I think I did. Cool. Damn, I love this song. Just this whole theme that plays through the whole chapter is so good. So fucking orange. Flower King, was this just his version of the... yeah. Oh, Shop 3 might be underrated. I could play that more. Snake Pog. I'll just play this one for now. Wait, wasn't the last time you played Elden Ring? I forgot. It's been a minute. The last time that I said I beat Radon in game yet. That was the last time I played. Now I gotta go up to the crater. I was talking about it like yesterday, I think, actually. Oh yes, I remember. Yes. Radon was fun. Don't think I've forgotten anything since. You insinuating I should get on that. Radon is fun. I like summoning people. I don't care if it's cheese because it's a main function. It's like the whole point of that fight. You don't get anything if you don't summon people, so it's like... Plus, there's all these summons. It's like, everyone's supposed to be here. It's cool. It's cooler when everyone is. Yeah, it's the Radon Festival, not just me. Literally, imagine you don't summon anyone, and then Alexander, Clay Guy, is like, Ugh, I can't believe I got cracked because I fought, but he didn't fight because you didn't summon him. It's like, come on now. True, don't make sense. Exactly. Loneliest festival ever. Loneliest festival ever. Move it back away a bit. There we go. Ooh! Love this one. Listen to this one about boobs out. Okay, now what was I talking about? Elden Ring. Deltarune. The horseman of video games. What? You heard me, bub. Wait, it got darker. What are you talking about? Is mustache really this good? Very positive. Maybe. It's 53 cents. Damn. You're so yellow. Oh, you are. You didn't get darker before, but now you got... I wouldn't count as darker. Kind of like the same, like exact same. You're just a different color. It's crazy. Like, ow, ill. Wait, I kind of liked the darker. Is there a difference? I'm looking at it personally here, and I'm more tin. Oh, you are. You're slightly darker. I didn't notice it before. Yes. Congratulations for finding you. Oh, you are. There's... Oh, what? More colors? Start turbo free trial. Is that how you got more colors? You have to pay for this? The hell? Get this out of my face. There we go. Hell no. Ooh, okay. Oh yeah, there's orange, red, and then there's chocolate. I'm not paying Twitch shit. Ooh, you tell him. Tell him, Tiger. I'm not either. But you should be paying me. Getting out of that setup, I won't for a long time. There was a song in Chapter 3, I think in the back room, where Lancer was like spinning and the song was cool. Oh, the green room? Yeah, it was. What is that one called again? Welcome to the green room. This one. No, it's no longer the Chapter 5 OST. I'll just put Deltarune OST. Wait. Deltarune. Oh shit, yeah, the song is like Fruta Guerrero. I believe ya. There we go. Wait. Nothing changed. I like the transitions. I hope that there's plugins I can get for transitions. That would be cool. I want more of that. I was looking at that before stream. I was listening to a little bit of that Joey Cash album like halfway through. I didn't finish it yet. Dude, I forgot about it. I haven't had the chance to listen particularly anyway, but I forgot. I don't know how people do OBS. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know if you ever saw the like Half-Life thing, because you left before this. Yeah, I made the things scroll. This is hard to like show. Yeah, I can just show it here. But the scroll, it's like, and I did that just because that was like the day that I found out about filters. I just found out you can make them scroll. Oh yes, the ferrets. Yes, yeah, I still have it here for whenever I play Half-Life again. If the ferrets end up staying. Might need more though. We'll see. Yay! Yes! The ferrets are always coming back. The ferrets are not leaving. So much brain stimulation. I think I want to have ferrets on the top row and bottom row and just have that as like a separate thing one. I love the watermelon one. I think there's been like more now. Like y'all have been sending more. I need to add like the one of the ferret hanging and it's like spinning. I gotta get that one. Oh, stuff on my shoulder. Hurts. But no, I'm not totally sure what to. I think I don't know. We'll see. These are good. They tar. I'll always love that. Hi-ya! Hi-ya! Might be my top. Not this one, not this one, not this one. I like this one a lot. That yum 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 yum. That one's cute. Wait, can I look at them personally, up and close? This is hard. Is it this one? No. Nope. 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 Yes, I wanted to say that one, but I had no idea how to describe it. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. That one's good. So cute. Now give them render delay. 2000 milliseconds. That did nothing, obviously. These are all good, no misses. It only did for 200 milliseconds. Oh my god. Color correction? Now they're evil. Okay, this is scary. Evil awoke. Whoa. Yeah, this is messed up. Look at that one. Wait, you can't see what I'm looking at. Look at that one. Or, you can't see there. You can only show the left one. You can't see this. Ferret.exe. The one at the right top. That one. Spooky. No, why is that a link? Do not click ferret.exe. Oh. Oh, well, now it's happy. Now this is awesome. Do not, hacker. I will kill you. Okay, now it's gay. Okay, now we're gay. Oh wait, the chat's not here. You still can't see the chat. God damn it. Stream ending. Bring it back. Yeah, that's fine. Appear and reappear. Hue shift. Okay. Anyway, I'm done messing with this. I'm done. Okay, mess with color correction. But no, yeah. The Mal Steam League of Legends. Where did you see that? Someone get on League of Legends. Stream. Oh, stream. Stream League of Legends. No, I mean stream. Stream League of Legends? Is you telling me to stream League of Legends? Not Steam. Silly. No, I mean stream. Yes, to best gay ever. Me? I actually can't type. Oh, best game? What? What are you saying? Game. Wow, I'm sorry. You're good. Okay, now this I don't understand. Nor do I think I need to. Stream League of Legends? I don't even know how to get League of Legends. I think... Is that a gubby? Dude, I wonder what he did on Chapter 5. I don't think I've seen any clips of him playing Chapter 5, but I know he streamed it. I saw it on Twitch. Or no, YouTube. Things. Me either. I think it's on Epic. That would make sense. Probably. Now it's crusty. I need to see the clip they seem funniest. Yeah. Just need a compilation on YouTube. I don't think I've seen one of those yet. Just keep scrolling on them. Him like connecting the dots and he's like, okay, if Azrael is Rousey and Rousey is Israel, he's the IDF? On some bullshit. Is this the Yaoi? Oh, I saw that. Is this the IDF y'all were talking about? I'll just add ferrets to the... This is genius. But it needs to go on the bottom. Ghost! Hello! What's up, Ghost? Oh, this is cool. Ferrets in the background. Okay. This is staying. OMG, hi, Ghost. What's up? What's up? You missed the stream, but that's okay. If you don't have Deltarune spoilers, that's for the best anyway. Okay, this is cinema. Oh. Yeah, I just been talking, so it's cool. I did too. Change the song. I don't want to listen in the green room. Just my luck, bro. Well, at least you came for the talking. It is cool. I'm having a great time. I'm glad that this can entertain. Actually, this is not Deltarune OST. This is incorrect. It's amazing. The stream? Thanks. Or Deltarune. Ghost, are you on that Deltarune? No, this is like music for whenever I'm not talking. The stream? I do not. That's also for whenever I'm not here. That's for whenever I'm not here. This is like Aphex Twin. That other one that I was playing, I'm assuming? I can see that. That's cool. I haven't even beaten Undertale. If you wanted to... I don't even know. I couldn't even like convince someone to play it. Blah, 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 blah. He's not even LARPing it. He's just here. Let him live. I'm a failure. You got that. One day. You can play it in 20 years whenever the game's chapter 7. Whenever it's fully out. No, it's hard to even like tell someone to play a Deltarune whenever it's as far as it is, it's like you're telling someone to play a lot. Just kidding. I tried doing... Why did it not let you send that chat? You said... Try doing a passive swim, but Loki fucked it up and gave up. Why was that mod? Why did that one get caught? You said worse things earlier. Everyone said worse things earlier. That one just like didn't let you send the message. Weird. It's because you said pacifist. Weird. Ghost, you're different colors on different things. You're purple on the OBS, but you're green on the chat. Funky. I think it's just because you don't have it set. Ooh, I love this song. No, I won't play more stuff from chapter 5. This isn't even Deltarune. This is still wrong. This is Undertale. Play me some Don Tolliver? Not happening. I can only play stuff that won't get me in trouble whenever I upload it. I'm not even in trouble, I just don't want it to get muted. Is that how that works? Don't know still, but it's... Donnie Womack? Bobby Womack? Oh, the album? 2018? Didn't know that was an album. Learned something new today. Going back to this one. Bob Burger. Whoa! Honestly, I have no idea. I played a ton of copyrighted stuff, and when I stream, I don't think bad things happen, but some parts did get muted. Only parts I had copyrighted music. You know, I upload all my stuff, so that's another thing that was one time. I did get muted for something, but whenever I downloaded it, I still had it. It was just like one of the beginning songs I played, so I don't know. Either way. Yeah, I guess it never really does matter. Strange. Life. That's strange. LARP, 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 LARP. Just kidding, let's use a different word, eh? Hey, it's true. Life is strange. Ah. Hercules is barking. What are you talking about? Never making a reference for you ever again. It was from me. I thought it was your dog, Ghost. That's cool. Hercules. Can I internalize this? My puppy. Making my heart ache. This is true. Sorry, Crick, you can make all the references you want. I'll catch all of them. Ruff, ruff. It's like 4 months old. Neat. Do we have a pet channel? No, we don't, do we? No, we don't need a pet channel, but you should send that somewhere. That's cute. Yay, thank you. LARP is a fictional word. It doesn't exist. This is true. This is words for the wise. Words to be written down. We're going back to this one. I bought the James Bond game. I heard about it. I saw it. I haven't seen a lick of gameplay, but might be good. I heard hype about it. Look, you might stream it. I get the notification, I'll pop in. I don't know who I get notifications for anymore. I feel like it's mixed. Like people that I don't watch, I get notifications for, but then other people I don't. So I don't know. I'll turn on notifications for you regardless. Oof. Back to my neck, crazy style. Honestly, I do hate the word LARP. Sometimes I get scared mentioning things I do like / fixate over, and if I get asked a question I don't know the answer to, I get scared, shivers. Ooh, Crazy Davy. What's Crazy Davy? More like evening or night. I'll try and pop in. I'll turn on notifications for you just for good measure. Me when I. No, yeah, LARP is like. What did I call it again? I described it right before. It's. Oh yeah, Crazy Davy. Crazy Davy style. No, yeah. LARP is like. What did I call it? Oppressive 4chan slang. This is real. Internalize this and never use it again. Become an extremist. Chapter 5 Weird Route spoilers. Oh my god, I need to play it. Lol, wait, yeah, you're right. What, the 4chan thing? Yes. Yes. I almost just clicked on a Dervish video because it was like sent in other channel by Bush. The burnt peanut. I'm sure. I would have thought he had more actually. It's actually a little surprising. Wow. Yeah, he booms. That boy booms. Alright, fellas, I gotta go to bed. PGG only has 5? Ooh, 5? That's tough. PGG only has 5? Rigged. See ya! Ghost? Sorry, I don't. Your thing is on my screen. I don't know how I didn't remember that. Peace, peace, Ghost. Peace, 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 peace. Should you imagine if someone joined and I'm not even discussing Chapter 5? Chapter 5? Good. I give it. Good and good. Peace. Peace, Ghost. Cricket business. Art fight, but I throw a dick at a window. You should have seen the face that I just made in real life. I was really confused and like... Your business? Yeah, we're on a cricket business now. Oh yeah, we were just talking about like OBS. Maybe I should just put the titles like hang around. That's what it is at this point. It's not Deltarune. Ooh shit. Cricket business, but it's like Really silent. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, OBS. I could put it as just chatting, but people don't find streams that way. Deltarune's popping right now, so gotta do what we gotta do. Sorry, I'm like going around the ropes on like Steam, but I don't mean to. I'm trying to look around for. Oh yeah, I could go browsing for like. That wouldn't be very fun. At that point, we might as well just join VC. Have like a picture of Deltarune up so people can see the thumbnail and like Deltarune, but it's not actually Deltarune, it's ferrets. Just replace the stream ending, stream Deltarune. You're right. I'm gonna do that right now. Not Deltarune.com. Yacht damn it. Yacht damn it. Lol. Lol. Do I have to crop it real quick? Little yachty. Now that I predicted Deltarune coming out and freaking this month, by the way, or I said that it would really get announced in the next month, and you know what? It got announced like a day later or something. Noel creates fountain. Know that this isn't true. Oh shit! Wait, I hope it's not. Bro, I'm gonna get fucking spoiled. I'm gonna like kill someone. You gotta get out of here. Holy shit, you're a sidekick. I am. Know this, like keep this in mind, please. Like I'm trying to scare people with my real abilities that they should be scared of. Save images, Deltarune logo, yada yada yada. Yada 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 yada. I'm getting something done now. I'm doing business. I'm almost there too. This song is so fuck yes. Deltarune logo. Browse for the Deltarune logo. Oh, do we see it? There it is. It's not in the right spot though, so you know, don't mind it. Now we put it right there and then we crop it. Please tell me I can like crop it to this. I don't think that's possible. That doesn't make sense. Crop to... that would be so advanced though, just imagine. Well, watch this. Get rid of studio mode. Now you can see what I do in real time. Watch this. Watches. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna go to filters, we're gonna crop that John. And we're gonna do it just like... Wait. Let's say by 30. Oh, that's too much. Yeah, I don't care, man. Let's just get this done. What am I doing? Wasting my time. Top by like 50. 40. Is that good? It's not enough. No, this is good practice. I should be happy. There we go. Oh, Mario. Stream Deltarune. Yes. Yeah, no, I'm kind of just looking through the OBS stuff because I want to get good. Not for any particular reason, just because it'd be better to be good, right? Than be bad. But there's not a lot of fun things that I do besides showing my screen anyway. I'm thinking like the same thing that I did with Half-Life, where the black bars, I put the ferrets on it. But I would like to have stuff on my screen just during the game. It would be a better idea. Do I still have what I think I have? Tell me I do. It would be so awesome if I still had it. Where's the image? Okay, browse. Where would this be in my visuals? It is a visual that I made. Oh, but it would need to be animated too for it to look good, but it's okay. We'll just use it for now. I'll just do it as it is. Artwork. It's not really an artwork. But is it here? Nope. Probably less important. Visuals I've done. No! Oh, because I did it personally there. I was gonna show this. But get it out of here, because that's not right. It's the banner on something. Okay, well I just need the pink thing. I think I might recreate it then. Also, I'm not pt.3 the king anymore. Well, on Twitch I am. Oh shit, did I just get rid of something? Did I do bad? Did I do that? Sushi Deltarune. I did say that. This stream's so Deltarune. Sorry, I wasn't reading your past chats. I'm so thirsty. Do I have water? I do. Got worried for a second there. Maybe it would go better here. Deltarune is ending. Oh yeah, you did say that. I've been referencing that a lot. Sushi Deltarune? I'm glad. I'm glad it's catching on. It's becoming a bit of a fad, eh? Whenever someone mentions Deltarune, I'll be saying Sushi Deltarune. Many people have been saying Deltarune. Crazy gifts being sent in general chat. Not right now, but I like looked up sushi. Ugh. Downstream keyer. Oh, this is a lot of work. This is like the advanced stuff. I'm not ready for this business. Local stream marker. Max YouTube video player. Maybe. Replay VLC. Ooh, this is intense. I gotta like get used to it though. When I use creative software, then I see an option that says script. Yeah, literally. Like this is the big stuff. This does look like Photoshop. Oh hell no. Oh hell no.
I'm gonna clip that.
Sorry, I just thought I said it kind of funny. Semi-free, poltergeist, remote control overlay, and mod tools. Don't clip that, by the way. Bro, I need to like clean out my clips or something. Pretty sure I have some like stupid ones still hanging around. I did not. Good. That means you disobeyed, but now... Oh, Ghost just followed. So he wasn't followed. How did he find me? I actually don't understand. I wasn't sure if it showed up on my Discord or not. It says it shouldn't. I turned it off, but if it does, it does. I think it does, which... Loke pissed me off, but it's okay. Ooh, I almost fell back. No, yeah, how did Ghost find you? That's this Faustic though. I thought he was here before, but I guess I don't stream that often. I have a good idea. We should join VC at some point if you want, but I'll let it hang there. Do you have final? No, I don't have final. He knows I don't have finals. What is Sierra talking about? He's like desperate. Gasp. There's 3 separate VCs. No, 2 separate VCs going on. We join another one though if we were having a separate conversation. But there's Minecraft and finals going on. What was I gonna look up again? Oh yeah, I wanted to start making the thumbnail for the Half-Life thing so I can post that real quick. No, bad idea. I need to post Deltarune now. Oh, facepalm. I don't know what to do. I think I'm gonna try making the thumbnail. Did I show my screen? Showing it. You should join the freaking Minecraft server again soon. I don't know if what's gonna happen tonight. Minecraft? It's happening right now. I believe Binky and Buddy Pal are on it. Yeah, they're on Minecraft. Or not. Ha, your choice. No, I do want to go back on it, but specifically didn't... I don't even know. I mean, like, most of us, like, follow Yumi Bush. Need to get on it again? Is that what you're saying? Yeth. Yeah, it's true. Has anything happened to my house? Has anything changed? Sorry, you might see spoilers, you might not. I'll try and not show them. Just maybe don't look too closely, eh? Who is this punk? Bush and Binky wanted to ask if they could take some things. I think wood? Yeah. I said yes. No, I was just hoping Sil didn't defile my house or something. Who is this punk? Fake Flowery. Oh my god. This is how I see that. Oh, this is the first time seeing art of all of them. It's so good. Such good characters, bro. You have like an igloo, right? yeah. Wood igloo. Imagine they said they could take some wood and they start mining my house down. I think for the first one, let's take a look, shall we? No! Yeah, that would be bad. I think I'd kill everyone. I might put Festival Day as the thing in title. Yes, that would actually be good. That would be a good idea. I would enjoy this. This is a good idea! Okay. Because I'm not even going to put the... Will I put the secret boss? I don't know. This is... Haha, yes, but... Sorry, you might see spoilers here, but... It's okay. When did they get in the water? No, which one should I take? Which frame? Okay, you don't mind. I'm glad. I'm gonna try and make a thumbnail on the spot. Or on the spot, as in like I've been needing to do this since I streamed. I haven't seen a lot of this, any hoodles. I've been very good on spoilers. If I just got a spoiler, I don't think that spoiler that I saw was real, because that doesn't make sense. And if it was, I don't even know. How much storage do I have? It's be a bad thing to look up. Damn, show all my fucking files. I have 5 gigabytes. Oh my god. Okay, phew. Chapter 5 spoiler. Chris, kiss Rouse, and gay.
Ooh, yes.
This been happened. Woohoo! Can I not do it? Do I have too much storage? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yeah, I'm gonna make my thumbnail on Photopea. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no, is the stream gonna be fine? We're actually lagging here. We're dropping frames, things are going bad. Yeah, okay, it's alright. I want to check how much delay there was on my stream now. Well, now this doesn't show up. Yo, this is terrible. Ooh, shit. Oh my god, this annoys me so bad when my taskbar just disappears. There we go. Terrible. Real, it's gay, that happens to me too. Mm-hmm. I think this would be a very spoilery thumbnail. I think I'll just put... I think it should be Noelle eccentric though. This is so cute. I actually love this. More art of this. I haven't seen any. So cute. So cute. There's like adorbs. Don't want to hear myself talking. Shush, 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 shush. think this is a fine thumbnail. This might be the one. Please don't make me make it in Photopea. Wait. I'm making it in Photopea. That's it. I'm gonna make all the thumbnails tonight. Not really. I might make some tomorrow. Hey, that's my stream. That's me right now. What was I doing? Snipping tool. Get like all of this. Oh hey, that's me. It's you, that's me. Basically everyone. But don't tell them that. This looks so bad. This looks really low pixel. This is so cute. I'm gonna stretch it out so much. This is the thumbnail. Let's put Deltarune and then have this. It'll work, but it freaking suck. No, I'm just kidding. You know I won't do that, baby. Oh, damn it. Make the locket, pocket, crystal, pocket. That'll do, it doesn't look too bad. Might sharpen it or something, I don't know. Okay, it actually looks pretty funky. Why does it? That's fine. It's okay, we'll just put a filter on it and it'll look normal. It'll make it look like it's supposed to be like that. I might just keep it like this. DELTARUNE Chapter 5. If you see spoilers, bro, I'm so sorry. That one underscore song? Wait. Oh my god, you can see the yellow box, can't you? This is horrific. I gotta get rid of that now. I forgot that I was even there. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens whenever some BS. Make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop. Now it's good. Perfect. No, now crop it or something. Doesn't matter. Wait, no, now I need it twice, do I not? Oh, wait, that's so sick, what? The general editing? Tis. Stuff is cool. Oh, it has that. I gotta erase that. Am I making it transparent? Yeah, this is the process. Make it big, make it big. Deltarune trademark, really? That's what we're doing? I'm amazed easily, I'm guessing. I guessings. No, it's cool. Like it actually is like tough. Making things transparent is so easy. That's so cool. That's a reference. I need to stream PlayStation games again. I was playing LA Rush PS2 emulator yesterday and it was quite funny. Playing at 51, the game. It's like it's in real life. Not that reference, but the reference that I'm referencing reminds me of that. I think this is good. Tilt this a little bit more. Like, we're getting close. I don't think we need to do a lot. I think I saw that. I think I saw you playing Skate 2. Yeah, I was. I think it's because that's whenever you asked me about the Minecraft, possibly. Whenever. Do I have to do the vignette manually? In Photoshop, I wouldn't have to do it manually. Use the gradient fill adjustment. Oh no, yeah, photopia. Hashtag low cortisol. Oh yeah. This song is low cortisol, but I'm going to change it now so I can switch it up. Not this one again. I've been playing that one. Why don't we just put it something nice and slow? Can't find it. Oh my god, bro. Making me look like an idiot. It's like right here. Take your time. I'm trying. No, it's in chapter 2. It's in chapter 2. The best song in this soundtrack. No, I changed my mind. Yeah. Use the gradient fill adjustment layer. Ooh, nice. It's the best one. I could go on and on about how good that song is. Yeah, just made his collar make a noise, but it was not audible, I bet. Do. Do I need an adjustment layer? Yep. Shit's hard. I actually don't remember how to do this. Okay, so use the gradient. Gradient fill box. Style drop down to linear. Radial. Okay. And then I reverse it, right? But don't I have to chain it now, right? Reverse the gradient, set your colors to transparent. Why is it that color? What the hell? Do I have to change this? Oh yeah, I do. We'll make it black. It's a strong gradient. No, I'm messing with the gradient. What are we doing? Nacho cheese. No. What'd you say? I didn't even read what you said. You said watches. Sorry. Yep, this is the process. This is the process. Lol, you're goody. I'm trying here. I'm trying. This is probably fine. And then having Deltarune like this. It probably needs a glow around it, does it not? Just something around it. And then the gradient fill. I need to like mess with it. There we go. There we go. That's good. That's good. That's good. Wait, but it can be better. Okay, now Deltarune. Can I blending options? Yes. So like an outer glow, I guess. Shouldn't be that color. Or no, maybe the opacity should just be lower. Try that out. That fine? Take a peek. Simple yet dimple. Wait. One more thing. That's probably fine. No. Oh yes, this is good. I want to add my iconic thingalingy. But then I would have to add it to all my other thumbnails, so maybe I'll just hold it. Save as PSD. New project, what the hell? Don't call it that. I guess this will do for now. I could change it later. I have the PSD. Deltarune Chapter 5 VOD Part 1 thumbnail. And then I need to add that to somewhere else, but I'll just leave it in my downloads for now because I don't want to look at my files on stream for privacy. Excuse me. Do I want to make it tighter? Obvious reasons. I think we all get it. Know what I mean. So tight. Too tight! No, not that tight. I think we're good. I think we're good as it was. Too tight! Too tight! Yeah, this is good. Let's make a new one. Second one. I'm kind of on the edge because I did the secret boss. That's what I was aiming for with that stream. But I love the characters so much I want to make a thumbnail about them. No, it's good. It's good. We'll make it about the secret boss. You're gonna get spoilers on the secret boss if you open your eyes. Now. Yeah, I might steal this as the thumbnail, just as everyone else has, but I'm gonna make it like a silhouette. Doo-doo. I forgot it. Oh, okay, you forgot the other thing. Tell you when you can open your eyes if you have them closed. Who is this guy? Ooh, that's poetry. What is? Did I accidentally just make a slam? I want their eyes glowing now. Like, this would be cool. I don't know, you said something that sounded poetic. Ooh. Natural with it. Clip it! Just kidding. This one will hit the charts. Excuse me. What was I doing? I'm like getting lost. Rouse State Fairs, I did see that. But it like grazed my mind. Where was it? The secret boss of Deltarune Chapter 5 is going to be an orange cat with cuts off. Yo, this looks ass. Oh my. Just kidding. It's beautiful. It's the art of it. I thought it looked so butt. Deltarune Chapter 5 Mew Mew, I guess, because everyone else is fan made. I have an idea. What's your idea? Ugh, where's the sprite? Does someone have the sprite? Yes, this one. Bro, it's so small. Battle body. Face, shop, light world. That's not them in the shop, unless it is. Is it? I never thought about it like that. Crazy. I'll just take it from the actual image. This'll do. Delta pooing my pants. You're gonna get spoiled, Sil, if you haven't seen this, but it's too late unless you have seen it. What's up, Sil? Dodo. Hi, Sil. What's the magic one? That too much? No, it's fine. No, that's actually bad. Oh. Cis ally. You can't say that. No, I don't like that. Liberal. What are y'all saying? Oh, ally? Why are you switching up? You're right, I can't. Is this working? This is not working. What the hell am I doing? What is it even doing? There's nothing in the background for it to be like... I said Libnaughty. When we say slurs in this chat, it... How does it not censor that? Even on the Twitch chat, that's insane. It's insanity SMP. What is happening? Why is there... I'm going all the way back. Deselect. There we go. Why would it do that? Yo! 0 cents. Oh my god. Okay, my broke is Over, have fun being woke, as usual. Will do. I think I will. Oh my god, bro. Yo, this is BS. Peace, so. 0 cents, by the way. What the hell is going on? Make it orange, but it's still red. Yo, I'm getting a new one. Making a new project. Something went terribly wrong here. Hey, I like that thumbnail. Hey, I made that thumbnail. There we go. But there's a problem. I have an idea. It's gonna work. Just watch. It's gonna take a second though. Clothing. I'm DEing her. She's not gonna exist anymore after this. I'm gonna have to. We'll leave it for now, just in case. Oh, this is hard. Oh my god. It's okay. It's as it has to happen. This is gonna be so hard. It's okay. I have to reassure myself. What is that emoji? Yo, ban that emoji. Mods, ban this emoji. Blacklist it. There's some dirty emojis in Twitch, bro. I swear. Oh, no face. Yeah, no face, no face. Just get rid of the face. Yo. That's awful. Oh my god, I have to get a close up. You don't say. Get this off of my screen. Where's the ones that I like? Emoji. Not emojis. My emojis? Favorites. Yo, why can't I see them? Where's Pew Pew? This is the best emoji. Oh, I like that one. I like Smart. This one good. Still loves that one. Not me doing this physically bit by bit. I might give up on this. Or I can just like grind on it through a night. That's how you really do it. But I don't feel like doing that. Not on stream. Here's what emoticon is this certificate? Why would I ever use this? The lady who made it probably loves it. She probably uses it all the time. Her chat does. Whoever it is. Whoever any of the people are in any of it. It's from Millennial Moms. That's the millennial streamer. Oh, that's the millennial streamer. Okay, we're just gonna get a rough draft for my idea, I guess, at this point, because goddamn. I guess the dream is like falling apart. Oh yeah, I was supposed to erase the face. That's what I was doing. This is supposed to be a mystery still. It's spoilers. But I guess no one cares about spoilers nowadays. Goodbye, face. Everyone say bye, face. It's leaving now. Very nice. Teaching lessons about saying goodbye. Yo, this looks so ugly. Wow. If you have to say goodbye, feel like you're building up a reference, but I forgot what it was. Being careful not to lose control. While listening to the most peaceful music while I'm going as if this is a moment any hardcore at all. Fire song, it is. Lamau. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Shit, can I just do it already? If I got rid of this, what would it look like? It'd look like whatever. Might work. Listen to my voice. What am I doing? Might work. Might work. Oh my god, I gotta mock myself. See, what if I turn this black and white now? How do I do that again? Adjustments. I guess. Use saturation? Yes, because now it's like a mystery. Because we have to have the outline? This is still a spoiler. This is bad. I disagree with my job here. I think I have to restart. I won't. Are you doing the angel? No, Angel, don't blame yourself. Why is this still open? Yes! Close this, John. This does not want to load, bro. Photoshop is done for. I have 5 gigabytes and it can't handle it. Bro, now she looks scary. Now she's Goner. As a Deltarune reference. I don't think Deltarune heads get it. Yo, now she's scary. Okay, yeah, see, now I do this, and then we actually knock out bit by bit. Rid of all the gray parts. What did you just put in chat? What did you just put in my 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 chat? Good question. I was thinking 21 Pilots. Like, why am I blushing? I don't know. I forgot. Like, why am I blushing? Been saying that a lot lately. What even is this? I can't even understand what this is anymore. I think that's part of it. I'm gonna leave it. Like, why am I blushing? But there's like people in the other room, they can hear me and they're probably going like, kidding, something I can't say on Twitch. ... Yo, this looks so booty butt. I don't know what that's a ref to, but you saying it is funny. Oh, yeah, it's the video of they're taking like the gay quiz. It's that, what's that one kid's name? Baby, I love money. They're probably like, why are they blushing? No, they're taking a gay quiz and it's like, what do you do when you see a boy or they flirt with you or something? And the other guy's like, why am I blushing? Because that's one of the other things. He just says it in a funny tone. All the, like, the obvious answers. No, sweet. Sleep TG. Did I yawn? Did I really do that? Clip it. I want to see it for proof. Florase. This is amazing. Is this in stock? Let's get this. I have this. This is next to me. I just tapped it on the head. Don't want no damn butler outfit. Or so I'll say. Nice. Okay, I got this. Lock in for the final thumbnail. Or actually the second thumbnail too. Who was that I just saw? It's too late. Whatever. A lot of this is just fan made. Who is this? How did we know who Flowery was before? The name anyway. And this is just the design we came up with? I never saw this before. I don't want to see it ever again. Out of my face, please. They do nobody invited. That's true. No, yeah, let's get him looking tough. Flowery, Deltarune, cute. Meet a Rouse plush. For some reason, this message didn't send in the moment. Well, now we all know. Yeah, it's really good. This would be a good thumbnail, but it's way too spoilery. This is just too spoilery. No, this would be great. So good. Bleh. I gotta keep the spoilers loose, but everyone knows Flowery by now. I'm not gonna be too loose. Final boss Flowery. Who's the orange one? Yellow? Yo, this is fake as hell. Just got fan art in the bottom left. Too tight, bro. Flowery is too tight. I want to find him whenever he's glowing. Too tight, bah. Nah, too tight. It's more accurate. Ooh, my ears. This would be fine, but still, I just can't. It's gotta be the final fight though. Okay. Sorry, you don't have the right stuff downloaded. You can't see my message. You have to have a Deltarune installed. Bro, who the fuck texting you? Some jit trying to get money out of me. $5. I do! I really do! Oh, nice. Yeah, you have every game installed. What a loser, am I right? Bro, people trying to get money out of me, they're all losers. They're the bad ones, the people who want their money out of me. This will be interesting. I saw the gubby. I saw him too. Under Legacy. Yo. You know what? Fair for the mod thing. What mod thing? What happened? Oh! Hey, one of the custom made banner 200 sketch. You did. I didn't even notice. I'll allow it. You're allowed. Hey, want a custom made banner? 200 per sketch. Oh, people who want money out of me? Is this why you said that? Yay! You did a hand thing, IRL. You can't say that. Yay! Ignore that last thing I fat fingered. Oh, the last doodad? Oh, but that's the cute symbol. Yay. 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 That's the hand thing. Yay. 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 Whoa. Sorry, I gotta chill out. This is me whenever I say yay. Oh, cool. That's so cool. Yes, bro, like this. But this is custom. This is fan made. Yada 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 yada. I didn't do all that. You put the symbol. You know what it means. You flirtatious giant. What is this? Yo. Peak! Whole image of the key item Rouse flowery art. What is it? All flowery bromide? What is this from? Oh, it's official. That's funny. Oh my god, literally what was I looking up? There's flowery, I guess. Whoa. Why is this boy so mad? Don't even know what you're talking about. He gets mad like once, maybe. No, I don't even think he does. He's chill like that. Sigh. 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 Yo, we haven't even hit 4 hours. This is not hitting my quota. That's why I wanted to keep streaming too. It was only a 2-hour stream. And it wouldn't have had any substance. Shit, I didn't do this before I ended the chapter. I don't know what this is though. I don't think this is real. Unless it is. Huh. Welcome, methinks. Oh, $1 flowery dollar? Maybe this is real. If you got the 3 things. Oh my god. Israel? That's a anagram of welcome, methinks. I don't even know what I said. It's gonna be a 2-hour stream. It was gonna be a 2-hour stream, but now it's almost 4. Yes. Oh, change song. It's time to change. Most of the guys. What do I have liked from Toby Fox? Friends, dump, even higher. I can go on and on about how good this song is. It might be too loud though. No, I don't think it is. Hi, bathroom, BRB. Peace, peace, cricket. Enjoy that bathroom. Sometimes this Benjamin stuff makes me mad because it just doesn't quite do what's right. I guess this is fine if you had a little outline. Might be alright. Just gotta get rid of this stuff on the side. How do I higher the pen size automatically? What's the keybind? Whatever. This should be fine. Ooh, oops. Okay. I think that's good. I don't like the fact that he has an outline though, but let's see if I can do anything about it. I don't think I know enough to know how to get rid of that background. Refine edge. Okay. Tutorial? Gonna teach me how to refine edge. I just got sent a reel from Cricket while he's away in the bathroom. Just spreading the word. Try map. Do I have to make a try map? Clear. Okay, this is stuff that's not included. Ooh, what is that? What did I just do? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, stop. This is not working out. Oh, there's so many artifacts around him. Just noticed it because of that. I think I just brought them all back on accident. He might be fine. I think remove everything around him. Oh wait, that's still screen, isn't it? No, it's not. Cool. Now we get rid of everything. Everything goes gone. Everything goes away. There we go. Oh, there's still stuff over there. Dang it. I thought I was good. It's just the stuff that was around him. And it all goes away. Nice. Nice, we got it good. There he is. Honestly, that's fine. I like this. Okay, let's see if I'm good enough at editing to make something good out of this. Filter gallery? There's a filter gallery on Photopea and I never knew it. I do have an idea then. Seven soul colors flag? Let's try it out. Yes! Someone literally made it. Wait, no, this is just not it. I was wrong. crazy rainbow pattern. Okay. Imagine this. Maybe. It would need some sort of new thing, but let's try the filter gallery now. Whoa! Hold up. This is not the idea. Whoa! I love messing with the filter gallery. Really laggy though. Oh, is it not changing? Sure it's not. Uh-oh. Well, this is interesting. Oh, there we go. Oh, well, no, I still can't mess with anything. Oh, there we go. Something happened? What on earth? What happened to it? Okay, we'll get rid of that. Oh, this is what it looks like normally? This looks so different. Okay. Yeah, like that. Filter gallery. Whoa. Crosshatch, definitely not. I should be only picking ones that are... Ooh. Interesting. Let's do... Grain. This might be really ugly, I can't tell. It's so laggy. It's not making my computer work too hard though, it's just making this work really hard. I don't think that does much of anything. I don't think that's gonna work. Okay, what about diffuse glow? I don't know about it. Let's try it. Graininess, higher. Big grainy. Oh god, it's gotta add every single grain. One by one. One by one. Max grainy. Ooh. And we're doomed. Why do I have the third sanctuary? Okay. Make sure that wasn't showing. Not quite the effect I want, but you know what, we'll use it for now. It'll do. I like it. It's better, I guess. No, not folder. So no adjustment filter. Let's try that gradient again. Let's really see. So yeah, radial. And then make it transparent. Ooh. Having that come from him, but it's not a good color right now. Try that. Bit ugly. Smooth. Classic. Conceptual. Oh, I just can't set it to that. Stripes? I can't change it to anything. Nothing is working. This song is really short. It's 30 seconds. Okay. We just gotta go to everything else. So let me try moving it around a bit. I'm thinking about it. What if we had another? Imagine that. And then make it not so dramatic. Make the scale lower. Okay, so what would it look like if it wasn't there? It just looks like that. I kind of like it. It's interesting. Interesting. I feel like this color could be a little bit different though. I don't know. I feel like this background could be different of all things. Like without that, it just, something's got to change about it. Not doing it. It's not right yet. Like what if it was paint daubs? Daubs. What does that even look like? Eh? Has to generate every single time. So slow. Because I don't know. I don't think it's the right colors. I think I need better colors. More that fit the actual things from the chapter. Maybe this. Not exactly this. This isn't good, but something like this. Well, no, it's not high quality enough. Even if I messed with it, I don't think it'd look that good. Rainbow pattern center. It has to go towards the center. Imagine. Would it be troublesome to just... I don't know. What if I did this one? Trying it out, yeah. Let's try these first. Let's try more of these. Let's try... film grain? Ooh, that was fast. Lower that grain. Intensity? Lower, please. No, it just looks like that. Sponge. I wish I had a thing. Did it make it darker? What if we used it? What does it look like? We can hire it if we want anyway. Oh, this page is slowing down the browser severely, apparently. Yo, it's taking really long. It will not accept this. At least the stream's not slowing down by the looks of it. Stop this page. I just can't. I just can't do that. I'll do anything but do that. It won't work. God, that would actually suck if I had to. Don't let this mess it up. Oh my god, I just work. I'm gonna start working on a separate one. Just in case. In case I have to. I'm not doing that. Here, it's working, see? Just really badly for some reason? Still? Oh my god. What? What? What just happened? Oh, I just opened the Facebook for some reason. Oh, because I... Okay. Delayed my clicks, I see. Okay, well now we get to see what it looks like. I mean, maybe. It's so dark though. That's what the color is, I guess. Not the colors, the hue saturation? No. Wait. I think this will do. No, but it's like... I guess just exposure. Couldn't tell if it was working for a second. This gradient is doing a lot. I need to turn it down a bit still. I don't know. Because I can also just put the opacity on it. It's doing a pretty good job. That's the thing. I don't know, it might need to be more obvious anyway. And then I'll do that, and then I'll lower the opacity. Maybe not. Maybe not like that anyway. Okay, this one, I think it needs to be a bit more, less visible. Maybe just smaller. This is pretty perfect. This is fun. Okay. Hi poop. Yo dookie. As in yo dookie. That's your nacho cheese bro, but that's yo dookie. Maybe not. Maybe never mind. What was that noise? Oh, there's a baby in the other room. Sorry if that's audible. Awfully loud, but I don't think it picks up. I have a gate on my microphone. Lucky me. I heard nothing. It's pretty loud. But it should be fine. Can I move everything real quick? Like, what if I flipped him? That'd be okay. Does everyone allow me to flip this, please? Ew, I don't know, maybe. No, I disagree with this. I want to see your Steam wish list if you want to share, of course. You can see it yourself. It should be public. I can look at my Steam, I guess. Either way, I'm just gonna check it. Oh, I can't? Yeah, you can go to people's profiles and it should be... Wait. Is it public? Yeah, you go here and you can see people's wish list. I have things in my cart. Shoot, that's in my library. Oh, found it. Can I see everyone's wish list? So dragging. Yeah, everyone's that's public. Shoot, I should be looking at this. But I just haven't decided to buy anything yet. I think I'll wait till I can work one more time, get like 20 bucks, and then I'll spend 25 on some amount of stuff. Including some gifts. Some way, somehow. Guess we'll see. Nebby's Number Factory. Yeah, only the overwhelmingly positive games on here. Little Gator game. Overwhelmingly positive. Maybe. Cool. Song is so cheery. Oh wait, that's me. That's you. Oh, the dino guy? Yes. Well. Chancellor. I'm thinking about Nebby at like $2. Yeah. Dying Light the Beast. I've never even heard of that. Yeah, Dying Light. That's also $2. Little Gator game looks so cute. I don't know what it's about though, but it's super cute. Is this sorted by date added? Yes. Better than packing way back when. Anyway, yeah, by discount. I should really clear my wish list. This low-key full of junk I don't want. I think that's true. I don't know. I have some stuff. Money wise, yada 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 yada. Or some bullshit. Insanium still. Let me buy this. You don't need to buy this. I'm buying Insanium. This is happening. Woody Simulator. I don't remember what that is. I remember playing the demo whenever I was a little jit and I didn't know how to play. It's also always cheap though. Aww. Insanium? Oh shoot. I forgot I have to do this guy. This is hard. Shit. Okay, let's get these two and move them. No, I mean let me gift something. Oh, I could gift you and Bush something. I know what I need to do. I ought to gift Sierra or something. He doesn't have a wish list probably, but for his birthday too, anyway. I was gonna do that anyway. I don't think I have the money to gift everyone something. People with cheap things, I imagine, but it'll just come to whenever I spend the money. Go one out of town eventually too. Save my money for that. Guess we'll see. I don't know. Maybe I do have a bit more money than I think. I'll just have to count it and see. Add stuff to my cart anyway. Rated to 15 bucks. I never look at too many things that are above 10. Oh, damn it. Wait, no. What? I guess this is fine. It looks so low quality though. Maybe that's fine, I guess. This is how I do my thumbnails all the time anyway. So yeah, let's like set them here. Set this center here and then set. Let me move it. Let me move it. Oh my god. Motherfucker. Oh, I know how. took too long to figure this out. Hiya. There we go. Nice. That means the other one, like the middle one, has to be set to the left, probably. So now, let's go here and get the Deltarune Chapter 5 logo. Oh, what the fuck is that? This. Oh, yeah. Including the effects. Why is that happening? Copy. Copy. Oh, I can't. Really? This is a real thing? Is this really happening to me? Layer 1, no layer 2. Duplicate into new project PSD, probably? Yes! Our little Pinata Puppy World is looking freaking sick. Yes, bro. The trailer! Can I play that? I don't know if I can play that. The trailer music, look up Pinata Puppy World. That song at the very end where it does the guitar. So good. It's like ear meltingly good. I like it a lot. That's why I'm hyped for the game, honestly, is just because of that song, but I'm excited to see what they have too. Duplicate layer again. This time we're gonna cut out the Deltarune, and this one we'll cut out the Chapter 5. Now they're separated. Make it much bigger. And this one, I think there's fine sizes. I don't know, I might put it closer if anything, but this Deltarune, like an alright size. Yeah, okay, then I'll put this one. And then I need to have the part 3, that's right. Forgot. Now I have to check YouTube and see how I did it. This is dangerous territory. It's alright. The One Piece? Cool. They're doing it again. Search account, PGG Live. The summer sale is great. It's pretty dang good. I have to like look for the other niche or stuff that's not in my cart to find. PGG Live. This is a whack picture. PGG the King TV. Oh, I didn't even do the font on either of them. Did I not download the Deltarune font? Bought a Marvel for 2 or $7. Originally 70. Oh, the new one. That's actually pretty cool. What if I just took this? No, it looks bad. Okay, download the font. I just load that in immediately, or what? Google Fonts. What do you mean? Deltarune. Make it bigger text. That says part 1. Yo, why is it so small? I love the Steam Dragon, like the one I have on PvP. They keep using them, they're super cute. It is, it's cool to see. There it is. This should work. Except this is part 3. Super freaking cool though. I thought it would have just been for the spring sale and that would be it, but no, he's still here. Maybe he's in a mascot. How many mascots does Steam even have? Like, how many times have they used something like that? If it's coming back, that's gotta mean something. Eh? I really hope so. It'd be cool. This shit says doesn't work. Oh no, this is the inner glow. Whoops. There we go. I don't think ever really. I think of the little arm thing when I think of Steam. Yeah. Is it changing much? Yo, I actually don't think it is. What song is this? This is the Tekken Super Oh. This is someone's theme. What song is that? Jun Kazama Super Ecology Mix from Tekken 2. I mean, also like TF2, Half-Life, but also Mr. Mind when I think of Steam. True, I don't know. I don't know what I think of exactly. Yeah, this song's nice. You think you could just think me the song? Yeah. I gotcha. Ooh. But. I feel like that'd be easier than me just finding it on my own. True. Okay, so blending options. Let's fix the auto oil. There we go. Thank you, bub. You're welcome. Anytime. Always. Let's give it a little stroke. Hey you, this is. Just kidding. That shouldn't be archived for history. Should be whatever color this is. Is that even gonna work? No. Oh wait, it did. Just gotta get it to the right size, I think. That'll do. Kind of a piss poor attempt, but I think it's okay. Could have it here or at the top. That might work. I don't think he's far enough to the right, I'm not gonna lie. He could be farther. Have him like right there. Honestly, might be for the best too. And then put him there in that center, and then move this. The gradient too, I forgot about that. What? What? Is this Subnautica? I'm peeping. Peeping. Peeper. Oh yeah. Yes, explore the Aurora now. I'll get back to the Aurora another day. I keep stopping my Subnautica playthroughs. It's just hard to keep on it. The last time I played, I got pretty into it. So maybe. Part 3, that could be good right there. I don't know, like right there. I kind of like that. class. Let's try some minerals. Yo, again? Let's emphasize that this is the end of chapter 5. The PvP for reals. I love this dragon. Oh, they have PFPs now. There's no heart on Steam. This is my heart. Heart. I love. That'll do. No, wait, what's the other Deltarune font? There is another one. Because this is just for the logo. That's what I wanted to show originally, but this mark one is like official. Stupid. That's funny. They actually sold that on the store. Oh no, I can't see it no more. I can probably just find it. Really? Oh, it's true. It's true, it is. 8-bit operator. Load new font. Oh yeah. Maybe capital end? Like this. We now have the same stroke. I think that's good. What does the overprint look like? Not much. Inside. Center. Yes. This is better. Also the color. I don't think it's exactly white. Oh, yeah it is. Oh yeah, no, it also has to have the glow. Outer glow. Sorry, I'm like finding the words to talk about. Might end the stream soon. Sorry guys, I might end the stream. You know how it is. It's looking not enough. Can I just copy the effects from the other one? I don't think I can. Red size. Not so much noise. That's pretty good. Not enough stroke. Oh, oops. What is this one? What? I actually have 2 ends. I think it just wasn't visible enough. That should be good. Just a little bit bigger. Like a pixel bigger. be precise. Ooh, I think that's too much. No, that might be good. That's fine. Or 3. This is, yeah, this is one thing, so. Just heard someone go outside. Whole house shook. Not what I meant to go to. What am I looking for? In this chat. Watches. Hey, Cricket. I think I'm gonna end the stream. I think now is the time. But if you want a VC, we can. But if we don't, I'm just gonna work and then. Oh, okay, and see ya. Yes. Oh wait, no, I have to have that. It has to be official. Now get rid of this. Wait, everything is not official. Get rid of the Deltarune logo. Get rid of this. Now I have to play Deltarune music. And just get rid of this. Can hear people outside. Okay, and streaming. Wait, no, it ends right